and watches, even the replay viewers as well and stuff, guys. Man, what's going on with TNA and NXT? Just putting on great shows, in my opinion. Great freaking shows. After another, after another, after another, after another, guys. I'm telling you. And then Raw's been putting on some good shows as well. And SmackDown this past week was okay because of the freaking releases, and all of that, in my opinion. Which I was kind of, heartbroken a little bit. But anyways, the good things come in small packages. Shout out to Red Lightning Boa. That's a saying to all the talent out there and everybody that's going to get used. Like I said again, guys, small things come in small packages. So yes, guys, that's all I have to say about that as well. What's your thoughts on, Samoa Joe going after the AEW World Title with Jon Moxley? The whole thing with Jimmy Hayter facing Mercedes Moné at Double or Nothing as well. Then Will Ospreay facing Hangman Adam Page as well. I know I don't always call him Hangman, I call him Adam Page. But yes, guys, I feel free to ask all your questions as well, guys, and all of that. So yeah, and then what did you think about Adam Cole joining commentary last night? Let's talk about this show, guys. So we had the AEW Women's World Championship Eliminator match between Toni Storm's Fence's Lady Frost. Yes, it's been a long time since Lady Frost has been in AEW, guys. She's been in CMLL, putting on great matches in CMLL. Let's talk about it, guys. So Frost scores penalty of cool gymnastic offense, and Storms turns the side by ducking a spinning kick to hit a German suplex, then a running hip attack and a chicken swing submission to win, which that was a good little fun match to start the show, in my opinion, guys. Then afterwards, Toni Storms cuts a promo running outside to the bell, bell, the belly, the bill, the little building, you know what I'm saying, the little building stuff with, Lutheran, which was really good, guys, with Lutheran and stuff. I thought that was good and stuff, guys. Put your thoughts on that from last night on Collision. I thought that was cool with the posing with Toni Storms after her match. That was pretty cool, outside where the balcony, that's what I meant to say, the balcony and stuff like that. Some words are hard for me to pronounce, so yes, guys, she cuts a promo running outside to the balcony and looking the Atlantic City boardwalk, and the mistake is that challengers are coming for Storms because she comes for everybody, which was a great freaking line, in my opinion. And she said that everybody's going after her freaking title, and they're going to come after her, and she's going to beat them down, every single one of them that comes through her, title and stuff, which was good. And then, the stuff. I love her saying slap tarts, man. Oh man, her saying slap tarts, man. I'm telling you, and I'm gonna beat the living shit out of you. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Then Jon Moxley struggles with reason to dislike Samoa Joe. That's the man deserves the respect that he demands. So did Bryan Danielson, and Moxley is not scared of the steel cage match as champion. He will show up and do his job, which that was a good line. And then we had Sammy Guevara faces AR Fox and Kevin Knight and Roosh. Love Roosh, man. I hope they can use Roosh more because Roosh is a really talented star. I'm telling you. I'm telling you guys. And Kevin Knight, love Kevin Knight, man. All of the work that he's done in the indies and stuff, and Japan and MLW and freaking TNA, and then being here now, good stuff, man. He's been doing a lot of great work in AEW, in my opinion. Let's talk about it. The winner of the four-way receives $100,000, and Roosh was assist, but Knight didn't back down, and they fought to the back, and Fox almost scored the win on a 450 splash. However, Sammy Guevara kicks out and rallies for the GTH to win. Afterwards, Sammy Guevara points to Adam Cole for a point at the TNT title, which was good. And like I said again, I love Sammy Guevara's GTH, guys. That finisher is a good finisher, I'm telling you. Oh man. Then Then we had Samoa Joe understands that Jon Moxley has a ruthless strike. He also understands that Mox doesn't have the heart for a fire fight, and Joe was broke him. I'll say it again. Joe will break him. I'll say it again. Joe will break him when Jon Moxley turns around to run away. There will be nowhere to go inside the steel cage. Man, I'm telling you. May 14th. Can't wait for May 14th, guys. Then we had the Paragon are tired of being overlooked and they want FTR in a 2 out of 3 falls. And I'll say it again, guys. The Paragon, I'll say it, the Paragon will sweep the win. So I'll say it again, guys. I'll repeat it again. Sorry about that. The Paragon are tired of being overlooked. I'll repeat it again, guys. The Paragon are tired of being overlooked and they want FTR in 2 out of 3 falls, and the Paragon will sweep the win for FTR. They plan to win and move on to bigger and better things. Then we had Megan Bayne versus Harley Cameron, which I thought was a banger women's match. It was a banger. The one with Toni Storms and freaking Lady Frost was a little fun match, but this one was a banger in my opinion. Let's talk about it. So Megan Bayne defeated Harley Cameron, and Bethany Ford was on the outside as a pest, and Harley was aggressive early to Bayne Bayne caught her for an overhead suplex, and Bayne bounced her opponent, and Harley showed heart to keep fighting and even scoring some near falls. Megan Bayne caught her in the mid-air again, and that was the end with an F5. And then after the match, Megan Bayne hits the finisher one more time, and Anna Jay runs out with a 2x4 to nail Megan Bayne in the back, and the Magnus feels no pain, and Anna Jay bells her into a low bridge over the rope, and that's what happened with that, guys. I'll say it again. So Anna Jay runs out to a 2x4 to nail Megan Bayne in the back, and the Magnus, known as Bethany Ford and Megan Bayne, felt no pain, and Anna Jay bells her into a low bridge over the rope. Then we had Jon Moxley and Maria Shafir barging into the ring, and Mox was on another scene about Joel's threat, and he heard the same from the baddest man in this business, and Mox feels the moment when their attitude changes to trying to survive those bad men, and then doesn't want to be in the ring anymore with Moxley. And this isn't a chess match, this is war, which I can't wait for that, guys. Oh man, I can't wait for that. I'll say it again. This isn't a chess match, this is a war. Man, I'm telling you, those two are going to freaking kill each other at freaking Beach Break, man. Can't wait for Beach Break. Oh man. Then we had the Outrunners had a message for, Rocky Romero and Trent Beretta. I'll just say that, guys. I can't pronounce their tag team name, but I'll just say the Vice. I'll just say the Vice. I'll try my best to read it. Pro Vice, and the Outrunners might get a little loud, flex a little hard, and a spin a little fast. They want to get technical and settle this beef in the ring. Can't wait for that, guys, with the Outrunners, Floyd and freaking Troy and Truth. Man, those guys, the Outrunners and Rocky Romero and Trent Beretta, I can't wait for that, the Outrunners and them. Can't wait for that storyline to happen. Then we had Brody King versus Josh Alexander, ended in a time draw, which was a good match. In my opinion, it was a good match, but the ending was, you know what I'm saying, not that good, but it was a good match, you know what I'm saying. With 1 minute remaining, 15 minutes, and Josh Alexander grabs an ankle lock, and Brody King powers out with a snitch, and Josh Alexander for the bomb. I'll just say that, guys, for the goal, the gun soul bomb. I'll say it again, the gun soul bomb, and Alexander rolls out of the ring to prevent the pinfall, and time aspires after the match. Les Archer checks on Josh Alexander, and Brody King whips them out on a suicide dive, and he stacks Lance Archer, and security guards for a running crossbody, and Josh Alexander slips Brody King's knee from behind, and Lance Archer I'll say it again. Lance Archer adds a few stomps, and then, oh man, that was a good aftermath. The aftermath was great, man, with Lance Archer. Hopefully they can use him more. Come on, TK, use Lance Archer more, man. If you're not going to freaking use Wardlow and just let Wardlow get out of his contract and let some of these other people that you're not using, like Keith Lee and so on, let him go. I'm sorry to go on my little rant, but let him go. That's just my opinion on that. But man, use Lance Archer or just let him go. That's all I gotta say. Sorry about that, guys. Then Crew knows it was inevitable that the story would end with Top Flight on their face. Any more time spent on them is a waste, and Crew hopes that Top Flight learns to fear them. They're either Crew or enemies, which that's what happened with the Darius Martin and Dante Martin and Leo Rush in the Action Andretti, the Crew, and then the Top Flight with Darius and Dante. Then we had the Best Wrestler Alive Open Challenge, which was pretty cool a little bit, but I was not really into it because Matt Caster has been having these swash matches, which I really don't freaking care about. But that's just my opinion on that. But let's talk about it, guys. Daniel Garcia defeats Matt Caster after seeing the 15 minutes draw. Matt Caster had the idea that nobody can survive 5 minutes with the best wrestler alive, and Daniel Garcia answers the call to panel. Daniel Garcia answers the call to panel Matt Caster for the win in 59 seconds, and Daniel Garcia hits a power driver to close, and afterwards, Daniel Garcia says that he'll speak with FTR after they handled their business in the main event. Then we had Anthony Bowens, the man, that's with Billy Gunn and stuff. Let's talk about it, guys. So Anthony Bowens was interrupted by Blake Christian and Lee Johnson. Even though Anthony Bowens beated Blake Christian, the talk was that Blake Christian outshined him, and Lee Johnson saw enough and knew how to beat Anthony Bowens in the 5-2 player told Johnson to step up anytime, anywhere. That probably means even in Ring of Honor, guys, even in Ring of Honor. Then we had the Gates of Agony laughing at the Learning Tree, challenging them, and Gates of Agony awaits. Then we had this freaking swash match. Let's talk about it anyways. So we had the Gates of Agony defeating Ray, Jazz, and Goldie. I'll say it again. Goldie and Jazz lost. I'll say it again. Goldie and Ray Jazz lost to Gates of Agony. I'll repeat it again. The Gates of Agony defeated Ray Jazz and Goldie, which there's some indie wrestlers. I hate when people say they're jobbers and stuff, which they're sort of are, what I'm saying. But if you give them more time and you do your research and see what they have done in the indies, I give them applause. So let's talk about it. The Domination double slams on Jazz to win, and the Crew were crowded in the crowd, and that's what happened with the Gates of Agony with the Red Jazz and Goldie's match, in my opinion on that. Then we had the Big Bill and Brian Keith popping up on the big screen, and they challenged the Gates of Agony to meet them in the parking lot, and Bishop Khan and Tyla were on the way back from commercial, and a chaos brawl ensued. Then we had a 2 out of 3 falls, the main event, FTR fences Paragon. Oh man, this was a great 2 out of 3 falls with the Paragon fences FTR. Let's talk about it. The Paragon took fall one on an ankle lock from Kyle O'Reilly to Dex Hardwood, and FTR took fall two, and the Paragon had Hardwood set up for the high-low, but Cash Wheeler bulldozed Kyle O'Reilly out of the way to hit the Motor Machine on Strong, and fall three went to FTR, and Paragon hits low blow, the low blow on Dex Hardwood, and Cash Wheeler places his challenger's foot on the rope to break the pin, and the essentially ruling was a Paragon win. However, the refs, Paul Turner, quickly reverses his decision. I'll say it again, quickly reverses decision and restarts the match. And then the Paragon were still celebrating, and Wheeler took advantage to sleep Strong in the knee, and O'Reilly snatches Wheeler for an ankle lock, and Wheeler snaps. I'll say it again. Wheeler taps out. I'll say it again. Wheeler taps out, but it wasn't the legal man, and Cash Wheeler hits the eye of Kyle O'Reilly and rolls up by Dex Hardwood, and Kyle O'Reilly kicks out, but FTR was ready for the Motor Machine to win, and that's what happened right there, guys. Then after the main event, Daniel Garcia confronts FTR and wants answers for their attack on him, and a therapy session wouldn't get the job done, and Garcia plans to beat the answer out of FTR, and he issues a challenge to meet him in the ring next week for a fight, which that was cool with the crowbar and the microphone coming out there with the microphone and the car, the crowbar, crowbar and the microphone with Daniel Garcia. That was really good, guys. And I give this show an 8 out of 10 because there's some stories building up and stuff, in my opinion. I know I'm going to probably get a lot of hate, but I don't care. This was a very good collision last night, in my opinion. So we're going to talk about SmackDown in the next one. I'm going to take a little breather right here, and we'll be right back, guys. The freaking sun, man. The freaking sun. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I know you probably heard me talk and stuff. Sorry about that. Randy Orton had a message for John Cena, and a graphic tells us how he was shown walking in, and Tiffany Stratton too walked in with her own special graphic. And Damian Priest, by the way, does not have a special graphic, just the shock SmackDown image, and he runs into Solo Sikoa and his crew backstage and pushes Jacob Fatu, leading to a near pull apart, and LA Knight walks right by on his way right out to the ring, saying something about let's go talk about this. Sure enough, he hits the ring and grabs a microphone, and he gets the big reaction per usual, and he's still over after losing the title, and he talks about being upset over having to be put in a #1 contender match for his US title rematch. Why? And Solo Sikoa decides to bring himself out here, and then Jacob Fatu decides to treat the ring like his own personal jungle gym. But why was that allowed to happen? And Damian Priest, I'll say it again, guys, Damian Priest comes out and stuff and all that, and he says he understands what Priest was doing had nothing to do with him, but at the same time he needs to pick his spot, and that brings Damian Priest himself to the ring, just like I just said, guys. And they argue a bit over not getting single cross, and I'll say it again, getting single crossed, and LA Knight tells him not to let his failures become LA's, and they quickly turn on each other, with Priest saying this is just about him losing the title at WrestleMania, and they assiduously argue over who was the biggest loser at the biggest show of the year at WrestleMania 41. Then maybe if your head wasn't up your ass at Mania, you would still be champion, Priest told him, which was a good line. Really good line, guys. Then LA Knight reminds him they do not have a problem right now, but if they keep doing this, I'll say it again. If they keep this going, that's going to change fast. And Priest mentioned their match not being scheduled to later this evening, but how about they just do it right now? Out comes a ref, and it looks like it's happening after the break. Then we had Priest fences LA Knight, which ended in a no contest. We're going to talk about that here in a bit, guys. Let's talk about it. So they keep reminding us this was supposed to be the main event, but instead it's the opener. And soon it's back and forth affairs early on, and neck breakers from Knight for a 1 count, and Priest fights back with a right hand, but Knight with a slam, and he goes for an elbow drop, but Priest catches him and goes for the South of Heavens, and LA pops up, but Damian gets a big lariat for 2, and LA Knight back in control, elbow from the top and 2 count, and they go to the break. Then they come back, and it's back and forth, boom, 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 boom. You know, I love saying boom, 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 boom. Sorry, guys. And even countering, this is awesome. Then after a battle on the top, Priest managed to slide out and get the Razor's Edge, but that only gets 2, and the straps come down from South of Heaven, and he's countered again, and Knight tries for a DDT, but Priest lifts him into a broken arrow, and he goes outside to the top rope, but Knight jumps him there and gets the superplex for another 2 count again, and then this is awesome again. Then Priest clotheslines to the outside, and Knight misses a dive and gets hit with a flat lantern on the apron as Priest is rolling him back in the ring. We hear boos and know what's coming next. Instead, Solo Sikoa rushes in and puts hands on Priest, and leading to the bell ringing for a no contest. And that's what happened right there, guys. And then Solo Sikoa then pops, I'll say again, Solo Sikoa then hops in the ring and puts hands on LA Knight too, and he goes for the spike, but Priest is back up and stops him, and getting Knight the chance to hit him with the BFT, and the two stare each other down instead of going at it, deciding to work together to keep going at Solo, and Priest clears off the announcer's desk, and Knight kicks him out of the ring. That's when Jacob Fatu comes from nowhere, driving to the outside to stop Priest, and Knight gets hit with a Samoan drop on the desk shortly after, and he follows that up with a running hip attack on the bear on Damian Priest, and the bad guys celebrate to end the statement. And that's what happened right there, guys. Then we get a replay of, Nathan Frazier in, Exum, Fear Exum's debut last week before kicking it backstage to Brian Saxon interviewing the duo, and he mentions the two having a match tonight against Pretty Deadly, and Nathan Frazier says they're excited and they'll flip the decision upside down in NXT and have plans to do the same on SmackDown. And Exum says this is the best tag division on the planet, which that was a good stuff right there. Really, I liked it. That was cool and stuff. Then when Kit Wilson and I just call them Wilson and Prince. Wilson and Prince show up and they agree that it's the best division, and they had a taste debut last week, but Pretty Deadly is the tastiest team around, and Prince says it's nice to have some Imperial talent here, but they need knock down a peg, knock down a peg, and they reveal they aren't sure how good Fexium actually is, and that's why they asked Nick Aldis for a match against them this week. The GM, Nick Aldis. Then we're about to find out, and then we have Pretty Deadly fences Fexium, and they were giving a bit of time and working a shorter than expected match, getting the heat on PD for some time before giving the babyfaces the big comeback. And once they got there, they took care of business and scored the pinfall victory after the Spanish Fly stacked on the Phoenix Splash. And that's what happened right there, guys. I thought the match was a little fun. I liked it and stuff, in my opinion. I thought it was a little fun and stuff. Then we had BFAP and Mia Yim were telling Nick Aldis backstage they want tag team gold, and they know the champs were just giving some time off, but they want to be the first in line for when they get back. And then the Secret Service shows up in all black and quivering over Chelsea Green, having losing her United States Championship to, Selena Vega last week. I think it was last week. Yeah, last week. And Green brings up Aldis not even being American, and then the GM fires back with the truth that no one in the Secret Service is either. And then we had Green treating to take him to the Supreme Court, unless he gives her a recount, and he says he'll talk to her about a rematch at some point. But essentially, Piper Niven has a match against Selena Vega tonight, and if she wins, she'll be top challenger. So maybe they can end up squaring off against each other later in the show. Then Nia Jax is out to boo, and she gets a microphone and manages being happy she's back for such a warm welcoming. And while she was gone, and Tiffany Stratton was running around like a Barbie doll with her head cut off. She was getting refocused at home so she could return and take back what's hers, the WWE Women's title. And suit to the champ, let me guess, Nia, you were going to say that you're going to annihilate me and take my title. Newsflash, I'm not the same Tiffany you used to bully around anymore. She says she would cash in on Jax again if it was one of the greatest moments of her career. Then she went and beat the great Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania 41. And if she locks up with Nia Jax again, she will beat her again too. Then Nia Jax wants the rematch, and Tiffany Stratton says she wouldn't back down for a fight and will defend against Nia Jax anytime, any place. Then we hear Naomi. Naomi did great with that freaking promo, I'm telling you. That promo, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. Let's talk about it. So Naomi's with her new theme and comes out in the Ascension's tape gear, and she says it's funny to see these two fighting. Because seriously, she was trying to get the title from Nia for months, and it was Tiffany who keeps making sure that Jax keeps it, and she made Naomi's life hell. I was thinking she made Naomi's life hell, and now she says she's changing, and nope, it's Naomi who has changed, and she's not the sweet good girl anymore, and she took matters into her own hands and took out Jade Cargill and took her championship. You remember that whole story with Elimination Chamber and stuff, guys, which you remember that whole story with the, the Women's Elimination Chamber back in February and so on and so forth. Then Jade Cargill may have ruined everything she has worked for, but she's not done going after gold, and she pushes everyone under a car and then enters Jade Cargill, and the brawl breaks out, and the baby faces took the heels out in short order, and Nick Aldis shows up to give us the tag team match, Ple'S, and it sounds like it's happening later, and Wade Barrett even calls it the potential main event. Then we replay Aleister Black's return from last week. Oh man, I'm so freaking happy that they gave him his same theme song, guys, because what they did to Rusev, I don't know why they didn't give Rusev his old theme song, Masa Maska. You know that one, the Russian one. You know what I'm saying? I wish they could have given him that old theme song that he had. But it is what it is. But I'm happy that Aleister Black still has his old theme song. Oh, man. But let's talk about it now. Carmelo Hayes hypes The Miz backstage, and he's wearing a big-ass necklace of Andre the Giant to show off his win in the Memorial Battle Royal, on SmackDown, before WrestleMania, the night before WrestleMania, night 1. And The Miz claims Aleister Black doesn't knock him out last week, and it seriously woke him up, and he's here to remind everyone who he is, and there's a reason he lasts all this time in a company he only lasts 5 years in. Then we had Aleister Black versus The Miz. I thought it was a little fun match. I liked it. I did. Let's talk about it. So Black opens up by just taking it to The Miz and never really let up, and Miz tries to get into the match, but Black was ready for everything. Finally, he managed to knock Black down and take control, and he did his thing for a while, cutting off a couple comebacks and Black managed to since the skull crushing finale before also fending off Hayes trying to interfere and hits the Black Miz to score the win, and that's how Black defeated The Miz. Aleister Black defeated The Miz, guys. Then after Carmelo Hayes got in the ring, and there was a prolonged stare down as Carmelo Hayes backs away and Hayes and The Miz. So we'll see what happens with that whole story, guys. A triple threat. I don't know what's going to happen, if there's going to be a triple threat with Miz and Hayes and Black, or they're going to do Black and Hayes storyline. I can't wait for that, guys. With Carmelo Hayes and Aleister Black storyline, that would be great. We'll see what happens, though, where time tells. Then backstage, they showed Santos Escobar talking to Ray Phoenix, and Escobar says he saw the true and sense of disappointment in Phoenix match at WrestleMania 41, losing to El Grande Americano, and and he lost the biggest match of his life, but also embarrassing of all Lucha Libre by losing to El Grande Americano, like I just said, guys. And Rey Mysterio himself picks Phoenix to replace him as the biggest show of the year, and you blew it. He said you blew it. I'll say it again, guys. He, Santos says Rey Mysterio himself picked Rey Phoenix to replace him at the biggest show of the year, and you blew it. And now Mysterio is out of the picture, and this time, hopefully forever, said Santos Escobar, someone has to take his place, and that person has always been him. And Phoenix finally cuts him off to say, stay out of my business, okay? Then Santos Escobar tries to stop him by, I'll say again, Santos Escobar tries to stop him, but Rey Phoenix says there is only one luchador and he trusts, and it's damn sure is, I'll say it again, Phoenix says there is only one luchador and he trusts, and it's damn sure isn't Sento. I'll say it again, guys. It damn sure is Sento and all of that, which was good and stuff, guys. And the promo lets me in the ring tonight, he said, and that got a pop, man, and that was really good. Then we had a little fun match right here with Zelina Vega and Piper Niven. I always call her Pepper. You always know, guys, I call her Pepper. For some reason, I call her Pepper. But Zelina Vega faced Piper Niven, and they had Niven wrestling in the full black security, secret, I was thinking full black secret service gear, and she was in full control going into the first break, and Green was out doing the most at ringside. Well, Nelson, I was thinking Piper Niven continues working Zelina Vega over, and she also, along with Arbor Fire, interferes when the ref back was turned there, since Vega made a comeback and got cut off, and Piper got another ascent run of offense, and Vega finally fought back. I'll say again, Vega finally fought her off, and Green hops in the apron this time, and Piper crushes over the top, but Vega moved out of the way, leading to Chelsea Green getting knocked down, and Zelina Vega then rolls Piper up, and it was enough to win it, and that's how Zelina Vega won, guys. Then the Green Resistance was in stable after the match. Then cut backstage to Nick Aldis talking to Solo and Jacob, and the GM was unhappy about matches getting blown up 2 weeks in a row because of these two. Solo says he should blame Damian Priest for last week, and Jacob is warning everyone to stay out of his way. And then Nick Aldis decides the morning was, I'll say it again, Nick Aldis decides the morning was the morning was refilled, and his response to it will be a triple threat at Backlash, turning Jacob Fatu, Fences, Damian Priest, and LA Knight, and then Drew McIntyre's added to it too, guys, which we're talking about here right now as well. And Jacob and Solo Sikoa brings up Drew McIntyre. So again, Solo Sikoa brings up Drew McIntyre winning the *1 contender match and being the only guy who should get the chance. And Nick Aldis decides he's right and makes it a final four-way at Backlash for the U.S. title, guys. Oh man, I can't wait for that match at Backlash, guys. Then Jacob says he's all gas, no brakes, brings them all on, which that's a saying that me and freaking Red Lightning Boa said a while back with who, which we won't mention on this channel. But I never did freaking all brakes, no. He said all brakes, no gas with New Japan or something like that. I don't remember the whole story. But Red Lightning Boa, if you go back and watch this, dude, my man, and everybody else, I appreciate you guys as well. I know you'll be laughing about this, Red Lightning Boa. Oh, and then Solo claims Nick Aldis is trying to screw Jacob Fatu over, and no, Solo, you are. Oh, and then I'll say it again. Then then Randy Orton's time, baby. Randy Orton, the legend killer, baby. Let's talk about it, man. So Randy Orton comes and they chant for him after his entrance and leads them. Then he says, "Welcome to Friday Night SmackDown." Despite being 2 hours into the show already, the cheers for it already. Oh, I'll say it again, the cheers for it anyways. And brings up John Cena and says, "Well, the world couldn't see him. Orton could, and it took everyone some 20 years to see the kind of man he is. But Randy knew from day one he's efficient and selfish, and Cena sucks." And he calls Cena an entitled brat that gets whatever he wants, and he's the ultimate shiny new toy to be played with by the ultimate puppet master, John. And I gotta hand it to you, man. You're smart. You took advantage of the PG era, and you were willing and quickly, I'll say it again, and quickly, frankly, and turned to be a real life, walking, talking cartoon character. Well, I, on the outside, did everything to be true to who I am. And he said, Cena doesn't care about anyone or anything except his bottom line. He has brought him fame, fortune, and into the mainstream. Every month he had a brand new t-shirt and with new color and all kinds of other merch, and that the kids will all go grab up. I'll say it again, the kids will all grab up, and he just wants to make sure everyone looks, I'll say it again, make sure that everyone loves him even more than they already do. But speaking of kids, Cena claims last week he never had a family of his own because he was busy raising the fans' kids. And Orton says the only thing he was raising was the price of his merch, in which the since parents had to work a double just to afford anymore, to work double just to afford anymore. And he says Cena has been selling his soul for 20 years now. Hustle, loyalty, and respect, right? He will give Cena the hustle all day, but the loyalty and respect, what happened to that? And he's successfully asking about those two things because Cena says he's going to erase the Orton's name and everything his family did in this industry. And Randy says he will have to be over his dead freaking body. He claims to be the last man champion, but he's not, and he's just the latest legend Orton had to put down. And the legend killer is back, folks. And he says he's going to punk kick Cena so hard in that Legos sharpened head that it will fly right off his shoulders, and that's enough that the gateway asserts. But the only after he drops him with the three most dangerous letters in sports entertainment, RKO. And then Nia Jax confronts Naomi backstage about the two getting on the same page, and Nia Jax just wanted to get back at Tiffany Stratton. So whatever Naomi needs to do about Jade, it's her deal, and they can just deal with it themselves. Well, they stay away of her. I'll say it again, guys, and they can just deal with it themselves while staying away of her ways. And then Naomi just said sure and took off, and then we see R-Truth. Yeah, my man R-Truth that follows me. I know I say it sometimes, and not Nia, Natalia too, that follows me, not Nia Jax, guys. Natalia and R-Truth and some others, and Charlie Haas and all of them and all the other people too. But I don't go, I'm just saying. And they show R-Truth confronting Randy Orton backstage to tell him his childhood hero is going to beat him in their match. And Jimmy Uso shows up and tells him he would take care of this. And Jimmy told Truth he is going to get his hands punted off if he doesn't stop. And R-Truth managed Cena is the last world champ because that's what he told him, and Cena wouldn't lie to him. And Jimmy was as silly as Truth walked off, which Jimmy Uso, guys. Then we had Rey Fenix versus Santo Escobar. Good match. Good freaking match, man. Let's talk about it. The backstage argument earlier in the night into this match happening after all, and the two trading big chomps, and Escobar could be head shouting, and he's the boss, and the two of them should take over the whole place together. And Phoenix brought back and pushing Santos down and telling him to get back up, and Barrett calls it a slug fest with none of the lucha libre style we're used to from Rey Fenix, and they keep calling attention to Rey, that essentially the style which sense from him, the sense fast-paced offense, I'll say again, fast-paced offense, and Escobar, I'll say again, Santos Escobar was given credit for neutralizing it, and Santos Escobar keeps talking throughout the match, including calling out Mysterio to the camera for picking Phoenix out. I'll say again, picking Phoenix over him, and he's worked Phoenix over a bit more, taking his time before Phoenix finally made the big comeback and galled out yet another victory and uses the Menera for the finish, and that's what happened right there, guys, and that's how Rey Fenix won. That was a good match between him and Santos Escobar. I thought Santos Escobar should have won. It was still a good match. I love Rey Fenix. It was a good match. Two really talented stars, you know. And then Jade Cargill and Tiffany Stratton were backstage talking things over, and Brian Saxon shows up to ask how well they think they're going to fare, and Stratton says Jax needs to understand the title belongs around her pretty little shoulder, and as long as Jade stays out of her way, things will be fine. And Jade then reveals she'll be facing Jax next week in a #1 contender match for the women's championship, and Tiffany says that fine, she can beat Jax, and then she'll just beat her right after. And then they show Santos Escobar freaking out on Lento Del Tesma backstage. Then when Andrade rolls up to talk to him, Santos tells him to watch his word, and Andrade says he knows he doesn't care about Lowell Garza and talks about legacy and respect and honor, but he has none of those things. And Santos Escobar insists on walking off with his guys, but they seem hesitant to join him, and Andrade looks pleased at the prestige he made. Then we had Nia Jax and Naomi versus Tiffany Stratton and Jade Cargill, which was a good tag team match, guys, for the main event. This was the main event, guys. Let's talk about it. So yes, Nia Jax and Naomi faced Tiffany Stratton and Jade Cargill, which this was a good match, guys. And Tiffany Stratton and Jade Cargill won this tag team match, which we're going to talk about here right now, guys. This indeed the main event, and they go after it right away, stating truth to the story here, with everyone brawling with their chief rival, and the heels take over quickly once the match started. And they quickly take to the break, and the heels standing in control, coming back, but the babyfaces finally make the comeback with Tiffany Stratton getting the hot tag, and she runs wild on Jax till Nia cuts her off on top rope, and she got the Samoan drop and followed up with the leg drop, but Naomi tagged herself in, and they argued over it, and Naomi set Tiffany up in the corner for the split leg moonsault, but Tiffany Stratton got the knee up and annoying the hell out of Jax, and Tiffany Stratton made it back over Jade Cargill for another hot tag, and she came in going off, and she knocked Nia Jax off the apron and a single out Naomi and choke slam, only to get a 2 count because Nia recovered and enough to break it up, and she is since dragging Naomi to the corner to tag herself in, and Jax hits the running elbow and a suicide, but Tiffany comes back with a breakup from the top rope, and the match breaks down from there, and everyone in fighting it out, and the ref let it ride, and Jax ends up swashing both Tiffany Stratton and Naomi in the corner and turning around and doing the same thing to Jade Cargill on the other side, and she sets it up for the niner later, but Jade Cargill reverses and picks up for a big powerbomb, and that was enough for the win, and that's how Jade Cargill and Tiffany Stratton defeated Nia Jax and Naomi. Then the quick of the decision, and indeed the #1 contender match between the two, go down next week. And then after the ref went to hand Tiffany Stratton the title, but Jade Cargill ripped it away and put it on her shoulder, and the crowd essentially booed this, and then they start to hand the title over, but it looked like they were about to have a tug of war over it while doing so, and Naomi recovered enough to hop in and knock Jade into Tiffany, and they took the title and hold it up over her head while standing over Jade. And that's what happened right there, guys. Man, it was an okay show, but really great stuff, though. But it was an okay show just because of the releases, in my opinion. Now we're going to take a little other break, guys, and I'll be right back. I appreciate whoever is watching and all the other people on the replay. I appreciate that as well. And like I said again, guys, the pay-per-views and PLEs, I'll give you quick results from that, guys, and stuff like that. I'll give you guys quick results with that and stuff. And the weekly shows, I'll give you the whole details of that, though. But let's talk about CMLL and MLW Friday night as well. It was on Friday night, like towards like late at night, man, like towards like 9:30, 10 o'clock Central Time, my time, Central Time. But around probably like 10:30, 11 o'clock Eastern Time, and Mountain Time, I believe it was like 8 or 8:30. And then where I used to live in Phoenix, Arizona, I believe it was like at 7:30 it started. So let's talk about it, guys. So we had Ray Na'Isi defeating Alentria Quintatella, which was a good opener match with Reina and Alex Genria, which was a good freaking match to open. Those two women are really good. Reina I'll say it again. Reina is and freaking Alentra Alex Genria Quintelia, really good freaking match to open the show, in my opinion. Then Dominic Nijak and K1 defeating Golson Fantasma, that's their tag team name. I forgot what their tag team name was because, I don't really watch CMLL, but I'm going to start watching it and keep up to date and stuff. I respect every promotion. It's just a lot of content to do, you know what I'm saying, and stuff with that old Saz. We'll be talking about probably more other indie promotions as well, guys, and, do like quick results, and stuff about that as well. Just like do quick results about it, about the matches. So yes, guys, Dominic Nijak and K1 defeated Barboza and Sandusen Jr. and Barb Sousa and Sandusen Jr., which were great luchadors, I'm telling you, from CMLL. Freaking good stuff, man. Good freaking tag team match. And Nijak's finisher, the freaking Fish Your Eye. Love that. Fish Your Eye. I think it's something like that. Fish Your Eye. Man, that was good, I'm telling you. Really good stuff. And then we had freaking Lows per Luchadors, Magnus and Rignal defeating Riz Max, Acoria, and Yojima losing the MLW tag team titles. The Sizzy Max losing the tag team titles to Low per Luchadors. I'll just say that, guys. Low per Lucha. I'll say it again. Lows per Luchadors. Magnus and Rignal. I'll say it again. Rignal and Magnus, which that was good. That was a great freaking match. And your new MLW Tag Team Champions are Magnus and Rig Rignall, which was good. I'm telling you. Oh man, that match was freaking good, that tag team match. But some people said it was okay. But by my opinion, I respect that. I respect their opinion. But to me, I thought it was a good moment. Then we had the draw with Leon Fences, Paul London. I thought it was a good, really good match till the draw, still a good match, really good match. And then into the draw happened. And then we had freaking Ultimate Guerrero Fences, Matthew Justice for the MLW National Openweight title. I thought it was a banger match, but the decision, Matthew Justice should have retained, in my opinion. Matthew Justice should have retained, but freaking Ultimate Guerrero is a freaking legend, man. From the freaking independent luchador stuff, he's a legend, just like Naito. And I just freaking want to hear this freaking shit from freaking WWE fans saying, "Oh, they're yes, they are legends. If you would just get your freaking stuff in education." Oh man, I'm telling you, that bubble. You need to get out of that bubble. It's not good for you. I'm just saying that bubble is not good for you. That's all I'm gonna say. Then we had the main event. Then we had the main event, which was not a title match, but still, it was good. It was a banger. Misto fences Kushida. Kushida doing all those flying moves and stuff with Kushida back and forth and stuff, and then Misto winning by submission. Oh man, it was a great freaking main event. Loved it with Misto and freaking Kushida. I give this show an 8 out of 10, guys. An 8 out of 10, man. But we'll be right back, guys, for the next round to talk about TNA, 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 TNA. Okay, guys, let's talk about TNA show, the aftermath to Rebellion. Let's talk about it, guys. So Joe Henry came out to the show and had a freaking promo with Trick Williams. Let's talk about it, guys. So Joe Henry kicks off the show, and Hendry calls out Trick Williams, who attacked him from behind in the closing moments of Rebellion. And Trick Williams says that he hasn't been in the impact zone tonight because he's repairing for the Battle Royal this Tuesday on NXT. And Trick, I'll say it again. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Trick Trick Williams Trick Williams seriously wishes Joe Henry good luck in the 6-man tag team main event tonight. Then that was good. That was good to open the show. I'm telling you, good stuff, man. Good stuff. And then Zachary Wentz is pumped up ahead of his X Division title opportunity against Moose later in the night, which was a great match with Zachary Wentz and Moose, which we'll talk about that later and stuff. And I love Jis Miller, Jilla Miller. I think that's how you pronounce it. Jill Miller backstage, the woman that's always introducing the wrestlers and stuff, which I think is good and stuff and all that. So sorry about that, guys. So like I said again, that was good stuff right there, and I'll be right back. Then afterwards, guys, I'll say it again. Then afterwards, going to war and barbed wire massacre. Sent, you know what I'm saying? The director of authority, Santino Marella. I'll say it again. Santino Marella. I'll say it again, guys. Santino Marella tells Semi Callihan and Mance Warner to shake hands and stuff like that. Then just days removed from his Falls Count Anywhere victory over Mustafa Ali, and Mike Santana takes it to the ring for action against Isaiah Moore, and Santana makes quick work for his opponent, putting Moore away with a powerbomb, and Mike Santana defeats Isaiah Moore, which is a independent wrestler, and after the match, Mike Santana closes his chapter with Mustafa Ali and sets his sights on the TNA World title, and told by Joe Henry, which was a good line, guys. He did a really good line in calling out Joe Henry and saying that he's going for the TNA World title, man. I hope the best for Mike Santana, I'm telling you, man. But it's crazy because Joe Henry hasn't been world champion, and he needs that long title reign because he gets a lot of people to watch TNA, you know what I'm saying? I'm not kidding. A lot of people watch TNA just because of Joe Henry, so then we're set to hear from the TNA International Champion Steve Maclin when he was blindsided by the Northern Army Judas I'll say it again, Judas Arcaris and Travis Williams holds Steve Maclin down while Eric Young assaults him with a steel chain just like they did at Rebellion, which was really good, guys. And then sorry, I said Santos, my bad. Santino Marella informs, I'll say it again, Santino Marella informs Eric Young and Steve Maclin that they will get their hands on each other against each other next week. I'll say it again, this coming week on Thursday. Then Moose escapes Ultimate X and his X Division title, but it wasn't without controversy, and there was some that believe it was Leon Slater who hit the mat first with the championship in his possession. I hope he gets a rematch. I hope Leon Slater wins the X Division title because he's a really young talent and he deserves it. He really freaking deserves it, Leon Slater, guys. I'm telling you. Then we had Moose Fence's Zachary Wentz, which was really, really good, guys. Let's talk about it. After pinning Moose in a six-man tag team action at Rebellion, Zachary Wentz gets a shot at the X Division Championship, and Moose sends him crashing into the floor, and Wentz barely makes it back into the ring before the referee's 10 count, and Wentz tries to build momentum, but Moose shuts him down with an engine wrench, and moments later, Wentz scars with a top rope moonsault to the outside, and Zachary Wentz spikes him with a cold red for a very close near fall, and Wentz hits the Wentz hits the spiritual tap, but it wasn't enough to keep Moose down, and Alicia Edwards grabs the leg of Wentz, allowing Moose to put him away with a spear, and that's how Moose won the match, and it was a good match for the X Division Championship, guys, and stuff. Then we had Mustafa Ali refuse an interview with Jess Miller, and John Schuyler says that he hasn't been the same since losing to Mike Santana at Rebellion, which, yeah, Mustafa Ali was in a bad mood because, he lost his match and stuff. Then in a special, Cody Deaner appears to say goodbye as his contract is set to expire at midnight. And then Santino Marella offers Deaner one final opportunity to since the board of directors to renew his contract to defeat Eddie Edwards in a single match at Under Siege. Under Siege is a day after my birthday, guys. A day after my birthday. My birthday is the 22nd, and Under Siege is the 23rd. So then they interrupt by NXT Robert Stone, who is I'll just say who is by side with Remember Alicia Fox, guys, which she's going by Victoria Crawford now. She's going by Victoria Crawford. And Stone reveals that Santino Marella performs he's under review with Crawford now serving as the authority director of, saying, Santino Marella, I'll say it again, now serving as the presidency director of authority, Santino Marella. And Robert Stone announces that Crawford will challenge Knockouts World Champion Masha with the title on the line at Understage for the TNA Knockouts Women's title. The TNA Knockouts Women's title. Victoria Crawford will be facing Musa Slamovich as well, guys. That's going to be a freaking good match. We'll see how Victoria Crawford will do, because when she was Alicia Fox, she was like, she was all right, but not bad, but she was okay in my opinion. Then Tessa Blanchard, I'll say again, Tessa Blanchard thinks that Robert Stone is better suited to run TNA than Santino Marella. Then we had Joey Threat versus Megan Lee, which was a little fun match, in my opinion. It was a little fun match. I love Megan Lee. She's really good talent. I'm telling you, if you watch her stuff from the indies, she's really good. Megan Lee, Megan Lee is a really good talent. I'm telling you, guys. Megan Lee fences Joy Threat was a little fun match. Let's talk about it. Joy Threat stood revenge on Megan Lee, Maggie Lee after Lee helped Ash and Heather by Elegance remain the Knockouts World Tag Team Championships at Rebellion, and Lee hits a running boot in the corner. Threat fights back with a series of strikes, and Threat hits a German suplex for 2, and Lee counters Pop throw with an wrench. I'll say that, guys. I'll say it again. Risk, and Lee hits a ripping cutter out of the corner for 2, and Threat goes for another pop, shove it, and essentially connects for the win, and that's how she won, with a pop, shove it, and that's how she won the match, and that's how Joy Threat won, which was pretty good. That little F5 that she does as well. Love that as well, guys. Some of those people do the same moves as freaking Brock Lesnar does, like Megan Bay and stuff, which I love. I mean, I'm happy if you show up to work, at least doing that. That's what I love. That's all I care about. If you're a monster and you show up, you're great. You're freaking great. That's what I have to say. Oh, man. Then the Elegance brand flew to get Megan Lee a makeover following her loss moments ago. And then after crossing the line at Rebellion, the TNA's newest knockout, Indy Hartwell. Yes, guys, Indy Hartwell is in TNA now, guys. Indy Hartwell, and is interviewed by Jess Miller. And Indy thanks the fans for her support, and it's proud to call herself a knockout. And Indy says a message to the entire division. She's not here to be another woman on the roster. She's going to shake things up. Then we had Leon Slater facing KC, which was a good match with KC and Leon Slater. Let's talk about it. They cross paths in Ultimate X, and now they go one-on-one, and it's Leon Slater fences KC, and AJ Francis tries to get involved, but the ref ejects him from ringside, and KC spikes Slater with a tornado DDT for 2, and Slater bounced back with a I'll say it again, with a twisting neck breaker for a near fall of his own. And KC offends a big play Slater, but Slater lands on his feet back into the ring. Slater scars with the scars with the 450 for the win. I'll just say that, guys. Scores with the Suicide 450 for the win. The Suicide 450, and that's how Leon Slater defeated KC, man. Then the Knockouts World Champion Masha presents the show Victoria Crawford at Understage that she can't hang with athletes of her caliber. Then we had the main event. It was main event time as TNA World Champion Joe Henry teams with the Hardys to battle with Frankie Kazarian and the new TNA World Tag Team Champions, the Nemeth brothers. I call them the Nemeth brothers. So yes, guys, the Nemeth brothers. Then the match breaks down in a Harry as both teams brawl at the opening bell, and Joe Hendry gets strapped on his own opponent's side of the ring as they employed quick tags, and Joe Henry hits Ryan Nemeth. I'll say it again. Hits Ryan Nemeth with a versatile suplex, allowing him to make the tag to Matt, and they pace quickly as Matt goes on the attack, hitting Ryan with a side effect, and Jeff joins the fray as he brings the fight to the Nemeth brothers, and Nick rolls up Jeff with a hold of his pants, but it was not enough, and the match breaks down once again with Joe Henry pushing through the of injuries, and Matt hit Kazarian with a twist of fate, and Hendry connects with the standing ovation on Nick Nemeth out of nowhere, and Trick Williams attacks Joe Henry at ringside, and Ryan trips up Jeff on the top rope as Nick Nemeth sends Jeff Hardy to the Danger Zone to win, and that's how the Nemeth brothers and Frankie Kazarian defeated Joe Henry and the Hardy Boys, known as Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy, the legends of tag team wrestling, the legends in my opinion, guys. And that's what happened right there. And then after the match, Trick Williams lays out Joe Henry with the trick shot as Impact went off the air. And I'm telling you guys, I gave this show a 9 out of 10. They're just putting on great shows, TNA. It was great storylines and good matches, man. I'm telling you, love TNA. You know, TNA's been like that for years, in my opinion. And all the people are going to say, oh, they have nothing to do with the storylines and all that, man. What about you go do your research or go watch it on Pluto or go watch it on YouTube? It's free. They got some old stuff of Christopher Daniels, Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, and all of that. I go back and watch that stuff as well, guys. Good memories of TNA from 2002 to freaking 2009, man. I was freaking in elementary during that freaking time. I was a little kid at that time, so. And I was really into basketball more than wrestling, like I said again, guys. I got into wrestling when I was a teenager, so. Then let's talk about Dynamite. Dynamite, whatever freaking, who cares about freaking. I used to watch him, you know who I'm talking about, guys. But he says it's so cold, but we got people like me that enjoy AEW, that think that they're doing good, and then you got people like him, and you know who, which which I should not mention 24/7. So that's all I gotta say. So we got the opening match, which was an 8-man tag, which was good, guys. I want to take a little breather right here, and then we'll be right back, guys. We'll be right freaking back, guys. We'll be right back. Have to get some fresh air. That's why I've been saying hot, guys, and I sound like Samoa Joe. You know, Samoa Joe, freaking Dr. He used to say during the summertime. Oh man, you remember that stuff when he used? Oh man, Dr. Huge when he says that stuff. That was funny when he said, "I'm sweating like Samoa Joe's out here, man." Okay, so let's talk about this, guys. Kenny Omega and Kevin Knight and Mark Briscoe and Mike Bailey fences Ricochet and the Elite, which was a good 8-man tag in my opinion. A lot of other people were like, but in my opinion, it was pretty cool and stuff. Let's talk about it. So yes, guys, Omega and Okada to start, but of course the Rainmaker backs off and tags out, and the Elite hit the ring and all at once to clear the apron and lights on Kenny and Elite in control and working him over, and Omega slips out and Ricochet ends up catching in. I'll say it again. Ricochet ends up caught in Matthew's shoulders and arm breaker machine on the apron, and that leads to Ken tagging Speedball Mike Bailey, working through, and the match breaks down, and all four guys square up into a big brawl, and we go to the break, and then back from the break, Matthew and Matthew and Ricochet with a six suplex and posing for the crowd, working Bailey over, tag to Okada's match and breaking down again, and all 8 wrestlers in the ring, and the babyfaces hit a six suplex and followed it with a Casinsulin dive tag, and Knight and Nicholas at it, and Kev with a scoop and a slam, which Kevin Knight with a scoop and a slam and a turning splash, but yeah, Kevin, yes. Kevin with a scoop and a slam and a turning splash, but the knees are up and a little back and forth, and the heels are in control, and we go to the break. And then back from the break, a putting my dinner together, as all that, which the person was saying and all that. Then Mark Briscoe puts a run together against Okada and cuts off with a reverse neck breaker and snaps Zoom flip the bird, with Okada doing the flip the bird thing. I love that stuff. Then Bailey comes in and lays the Rainmaker out with kicks, and Bucks take them out, and we get into everybody doing something cool. Since finally gets Kenny and Okada going at it and maneuvers everybody's into place, and the heels get a sense Indie Takers planting one baby face into another, and so close Mark Dukes, Mark ducks the BTE tripper, the BTE tripper low bridge and sends the Bucks to the floor, and back body drop dumps Ricochet on top of them, and Mark Briscoe with an underhook on Okada, and Jay Drizzler connects, but Ricochet breaks it up in another dive, and Kenny looking to follow it up with the drive. You know what I'm saying? The Terminator drive. I was going to get the Terminator drive connects, and Mark Briscoe up top, and Ricochet shoves him down, and Okada is waiting for him, and that's what happened right there. And Ricochet and the Elite won with the Rainmaker from Okada to Mark Briscoe. Then the Hart Syndicate. Love the Hart Syndicate. Love the Hart Syndicate. Love what they're doing. MVP and Shelton Benjamin and freaking Bobby Lashley. Love them when they were even when they were the Hart Business, when they were even the Hart Business, which I just said now, the Hart Syndicate. The Hart Syndicate runs into some fools singing, "We hurt people, we hurt people." And then backstage, an MVP asks if they want to know what's better than saying it. And the answer, of course, is doing it. And the three of them lay out those half-ton or some guys, security guards and stuff, which I thought that was freaking funny, man. Then MVP brings up the element, I'll say it again. MVP brings up the elephant in the room, and Shelton tries to talk Bob into letting MJF in base on MVP's business, since that the fact that he's funny, and MVP says he's useful, and if he screws them over, they'll hurt him like he never's been hurt before. And Lashley gets a little all right, I guess, shrug, and they pump fist to send us to the break. And then we had freaking then we had this little freaking swash match. I mean, I'm happy that the Hobbs are the trios champions, but they don't need to be fit into freaking some people that are not getting used. So we had, I think Miles Hawkins. I was thinking Mills. I was thinking Mills, Hawkins, and Nick C. I'll just say Nick C. and Trent. I was thinking Trent. Trent. I was thinking Trent Titus, Titus. I was thinking Renan Titus, and Nick C. and Hawkins. I was thinking Miles. I was thinking Miles Hawkins and Nick C. and Rich Titus. I was thinking Rich Titus fences the Hobbs, Shibata and Joe and Will Hobbs. Let's talk about Joe and Titus to start, and Titus just rips under Samoa's Rignus offense tag to Shibata, and he sends Titus into the corner to make a tag, and in comes Nick C. and trading chops, and Nick games to the battle, and the wrestlers tag to Hawkins, and Hobbs comes in to teach him a lesson about messing with the Hobbs, and that's what happened with right there. And Will Hobbs does the spinebuster to Mills Hawkins, and that's what happened right there. And then the post match, Death Riders hit the ring and attack the Hobbs, and they do the hit and run and put Shibata onto an upturned chair before beating a hizzy retreat. And Joe calls after John Moxley and says Mox like to come out and act like he's the boss, but essentially he's a little bitch. And John says he wants Joe one-on-one, but he brings his goons squad with him, so he's going to fight that cowardly son of a for the world title, and he wants to do it inside of a steel cage, and his name is Samoa Joe, and he'll be your new, I'll say it again, his name is Samoa Joe, and he will be your next AEW World Champion. Then Renee Paquette has a sit-down interview with Mercedes Moné, and she talks about her many championships in the Owen, in which she says she is seriously about her and her own legacy and not the Owen Hart. She's not underestimating Jimmy Hayter, and she's been here for over a year, and she's still undefeated. So she's the absolutely greatest, and she runs Hayter down for her Scooby Dooby Doo style, and says she's champion cannot look like a cartoon, and took Miss Hayter's re, retreato styling, even if they do not base it what it, of course, the sense of best time in women's fashion is since era from 1955 to 1963, and who whatever it is Mercedes is doing. But anyways, we go to the break, and then the the pension tree are interviewed backstage, and Jay Legal interrupts, and Christian Cage asks if he can help what Jay said, and he's here to talk to the champ, and he said Nick Wayne has a lot to learn and to prove, and he wants a match tonight, and Wayne says he doesn't know, he's not warmed up, but Christian Cage steps in and accepts on his behalf and tells him to get his damn head in the game. Then we had Yo, Masha, Shata. I'll say him. Yo Mata Shata fences Tony Storms, which a little fun match right here with Tony Storms and Yo Mata Shata and Masha Shata and charge in the filling out knee and a whip, and Storms gets a loose twist press. I was thinking a loose twist press into mountain punches, and backbreaker connects on top, and Yomata Shata cuts her off with a kick, and she crashes to the floor, and Tony with a back heel trip, and Mata Shata bails off the apron to duck a hip attack, and the massage her ass ascends before laying in a huge roundhouse kick, and more as kicks, and Luther and Prince and gets his ass kicked too, and one final big wind up ass kick sends Tony flying, and we go to the break, and then back from the commercial, trading kicks, and Storms snips off a German suplex and charges right into a consents kick, and you'll miss a shut rolls through the cover, and so close. Tony recovers and ducks a right snap off and a sit out spine buster, and I was thinking you'll Mata Shata off the ropes, and Storms with a other German suplex and hip attack into the corner, and Tony Storms wins with a Storm Zero, and that's what happened right there, guys. And then the post match, Mercedes Moné comes to the stage and gets on the mic, and she says once she's won the Owen, she's coming for the AW Women's Championship. And Jimmy Hayter comes to the stage and lays her out with a right hand, and she squirts up the Haterade, but Monet slips out and runs away and slips out one of her titles in the process. And then backstage, the Don Callis family cuts a promo, and Don says he likes making history, and last week Testa and Alexander made history with one of the greatest tag team matches he ever seen, and they put Ospreay and King down, and this week he wants to make more history with Fletcher and Adam Page on his way to finally putting an end to Ospreay in the finals at Double or Nothing. And Fletcher says he's then going to win the AEW World Championship and take the Don Callis family to the top. Then we had the Hart Syndicate coming again and make their entrance, and MVP gets on the mic, and this is Sicily announces for the Hart Syndicate, as you know, as Ben Sicily adding a fourth, and since it's their corporate by law, and Percents needs a since 3 thumbs up, and they were going to try this one more time, and he invites MJF down to the ring. I was thinking he invites MJF down to the ring, joins them to the ring, guys, and MJF puts Shelton Benjamin and MVP over in turn before addressing Bobby Lashley and asking if he had a good drive-in, and MVP hustles them to the vote before Max can assist Lashley's further, and thumbs up from MVP, thumbs up from Shelton, and from Alberto, he puts his thumb down and thumb sideways and slowly turns it up before slowly turning it down to Harnosul, I'll say it again, Harnosul, and look at MVP, who dragged him, and hey, it's your call, Sug. I'll say it again, it's your call. I'll say it again, Strug. And Bob starts turning it back up, and MVP, I'll say it again, Bobby, I'll say it again, Bobby Lashley starts turning it back up, and MJF repeatedly bugs, and then Bobby Lashley snaps it down, and it's still a no. And MJF says he's sick of Lashley's shit, and says that it is exactly that he wants. He gave him women, victories, monies, cars, so on and so forth, and champagne, and so on and so forth, and other things. And then, and about some, and give him so Rogaine. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man. And then you big bald son of a, and then essentially boys offensively hormones replace therapy and can regrown you up to the last 5 years or of hair loss just to think about it. And then Lashley rushes him into the corner and chokes him and says maybe if he wants to be in the Hart Syndicate, he needs to prove himself and hurt somebody. And MVP refills on him to let go of the kid, and MJF choked and dried Kev into the corner as the Hart Syndicate tries their leaves, and we get a video package Tinsley by Stokely halfway putting over the danger of the new improved FTR under his management, known as a manager. Stokely Hathaway is the manager for the FTR right now, saying that they're here to since their legacy and regain their AW World Tag Team Championships. I'm so happy that Stokely Hathaway is back. I am so freaking happy. So freaking happy. Then Nick Wayne makes his entrance and gets cut off in the middle of his introduction by Christian Cage and the rest of the Penetry. And then we had Jay Legal fences Nick Wayne, which was a little fun match, guys. Let's talk about it. Legal in control early, but action goes to the floor, and Nick Wayne lays him out as we go to the break. Back from the break, Nick Wayne working Jay Legal over and whips to the corner. Back elbow meets him, and Jay Legal's off the top with the diving elbow, but Nick counters into a pin for 2, and Dragon Screw counter small package, and Legal injection reverses and covers for 2, and Nick catches him, and that's how Nick Wayne won with a fireman buster, and that's how he won and defeated Jay Legal, man. Then the post-match, Christian Cage and the Penetry gets in the ring, and Christian Cage, after a bit of holding the title himself, puts it around Nick's waist, and that's what happened right there, guys. And then we had the main event. Which was a banger. With Hangman and freaking Kyle Fletcher. Let's talk about it, guys. Let's freaking talk about it. So Hangman, Adam Page fences Kyle Fletcher in the Owen Hart Sim Finals, and Clur and Elbow struggling into the corner and trading strikes, and Kyle Fletcher works a twist lock, switch in, snap bar to a big chomp, and Adam Page with a huge, heavy right hand and taking Kyle into the corner and pumping him down, and Kyle Fletcher springs back to his foot with a kick bell to the floor for a breather, and Adam Page charges after him to buzzards him over the barricade with a lariat and sending us to a break. Then back from the commercial, Fletcher's back is flattened open from going into the barricade, and Adam Page catches a kick, throwing right hands off the ropes, and Hangers takes his hand off with a lariat and another lariat, and Adam Page on the offense and triangle lariat, and Kyle falls off. Kyle falls off the floor, and Fletcher catches him, brain buster, and recovering Adam Page, and hits a tombstone power driver on the floor, and we go to the break one final time, which was amazing. That freaking power driver on the floor, which was amazing. Then back from the break, trading forearms from their knees into the feet, and big kicks from Fletcher and Adam Page with a lariat, and Kyle charges in and gets caught with a powerbomb for 2, and Fletcher floats over and cracks over a boot powerbomb reversed, and Deadeye couldn't keep the Pro Tour star, known as Kyle Fletcher, and Kyle Fletcher gets a lighter bomb, and Adam kicks out and floats over the brainbuster O'Connor roll for 2 to the apron and big boots, and Fletcher cracks off a kick in the ropes, and Deadeye on the apron, and O'Hara moonsault follows and back inside, and he got Kyle lined up, and Fletcher shoves the ref out of the way and counters with a low blow, and a brainbuster connects, but Hangman couldn't stand down and up top and jockeying for precision, and Hangman hits a bug shot off the corner and out to the apron, and a block shot does it, and that's how Adam Page won with the block shot and defeated Kyle Fletcher, which I thought was a very good Dynamite, in my opinion. I gave it an 8 out of 10, guys, and stuff. So, and then we're going to take a little break, guys, and we might be going to my living room or whatever. So yes, guys. And like I said again, guys, I appreciate all the love and support as always. Always put the thumbs up, in the comment section and all that. And just like in the title of my banner, I didn't know that you can do that as the banner. So the whole entire time I could have been doing that for all the years that I've been on StreamYard. So yes, guys, appreciate you guys and all the people. So don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel as always, guys. I appreciate all the love and support. So, and I might be back in a month or two to do this again. till I get into a house, because when I get into a house, it'd probably be more better for me and stuff. But for right now, I'm in an apartment, so I'm sorry for apologizing and all the other stuff. Um, I'm sorry if I'm letting you guys down or anything. Just let me know. Um, Appreciate it. So all the love and support. So okay, guys, we're back. Let's talk about NXT right now. Let's talk about NXT, 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 NXT. Man. So the show opens with a recap of the Joe Henry and Obafemi and Trick Williams statement from last week and the fallout from that, with Trick attacking Joe at TNA Rebellion, and Joe Henry makes his entrance in the arena tonight and gets on the mic and he calls Trick Williams out for capitalizing over his own ego and says he sees what Trick is doing for what he is and he's not going to fall into his trap. So he's going to say his name and make it appear right now. Instead, Dark State Dark State appears in the crowd. 2.0 Shield, 2.0 Shield, Dark Dark State, and Joe Henry does his best to fight them off, but it since that the damn numbers game wins and the day he eats, I was thinking the damn numbers game wins and the day he eats the toss and a sense powerbomb, and cuts to earlier in the day where Ever Rain celebrates Io Sky on her WrestleMania win and welcomes her back to NXT, and it's all set up her tagging with Jordan Grace tonight against Roxanne Perez and Julia, and Lexus King is since his throne, and we go to the break, and then back from the break, Carmen Patricovic is chatting with Gigi Dolan, which is gone now, and Tatum Paisley when Ashanti Adonis rolls up to her to stop messing with losers, and she got a match against Soruka tonight, and Carmen rightfully tells him not to be rude, and he apologized to Gigi and Tatum and asks when this match is, and Adonis says tonight, and she gets upset, and it's not having time to pursue, but she's rushing her way with talk of when you win tonight, we have a title match. Then, then, then we had Lexus King fences Ricky Saints, man. Love what Ricky Saints is doing. I really am. I love what Ricky Saints is doing. I even loved him when he was Ricky Starks, man. But let's talk about it. So Lexus King fences Ricky Saints for the NXT North American Championship. King unloads on early, and Saints turns it around. Big shots. I'll say it again. Big shots and lands Lexus out and up kicks, gets him back into it, and punches in a hanging choke in the corner. And Ricky landing chomps in front and back and ducks a lariat and big tossing belly to belly suplex, and the blood is pouring out of Saint's nose and up on the barricade with his I'll say it again with his public posing, teasing his own blood, and we go to the break, and then back from the break, Saints with a big crossbody, and King fires back with a fallaway slam, and Ricky puts together a couple lariats and counters and an ace crusher into a big mat slam, corner elbow, and a tornado DDT block Lexus King with a schoolboy for two, and Saints keeps the pressure up with a tornado DDT of his own, and Ricky Saints wins with the rush. You know what I'm saying? The wins with the rush, oh, the rush, the roll, the the Rush Emble retaining the NXT North American title with his finisher, guys. And then the Colin gets a backstage statement where Sean Spears essentially with each of them in turns as to how to get the results, and they sync and remind them he's here for them all. And then we get a recap of Lorenzo Chase betraying Tony D'Angelo, and we go to the break, and then back for the break, Tony D'Angelo makes his entrance and gets on the mic, and he says everyone can relate to the betrayal in their life, but he doesn't expect it to come at stand and deliver, and he expects to have a serious man-to-man conversation with Stacks, but it's not this. He gives him the benefit of the doubt, and it makes him think about when they were kids, and he always had his back when he's popped off against bigger kids, but that's what loyalty is. And Stacks always has eyes on the big seat, and that there's plenty of time when he was down, and Stacks has his back when he got locked up, when he got hurt, and Lorenzo steps up and shoves the rule when he deserves to be the underboss, so he rewards him. He rewards him, but at the same time, his ascent meant that Tony had to step up and show why he and the the D'Angelo family has made the big decision and chasing, waiting for the right moment when the whole world was watching, and such that knife right in his back, and he's going to pay for his sins before now the whole family, and since nobody heard of Luke, Luca Cruz, I was thinking Luca um Crucifuntu. I was thinking Luca Crucifuntu and Ariana. I was thinking Ariana Russo in hiding, and security come down, and Stacks appeared on the Tron at the bridge, and they were meeting sometime, and he says he's going to tell Tony exactly what he needs to hear, and he's sick of taking his orders, and D'Angelo's been getting soft and making decisions that make people think they can be pushed around, and he had to take the rinse of himself and put Tony in his place, and he knows him better than anybody else, and he knows he's shaking and losing more power every day, thinking to himself what's next, and can even trust my own family, and see a bunch of second tour D'Angelo family goons on the apron behind him, and Stacks continues asking Tony who he can even trust. The security tried and failed and jumped D'Angelo after he fits off the security guards, and he says Stacks will have to come at it, and so Ruka and Soria are shown walking backstage to send us to break, and then back from the commercial, Vince Ford are reunited and celebrating and stuff, which was cool, but now freaking Jackson is no longer there and stuff, it's like, I mean, it was a good moment that they were all together for that one last time, I mean. And then Last Legend says they need to talk a lot as changed since Nid's door has been gone with her and Shakira getting opportunities and or Menta tearing it up on Evolve, and it's time for Okura and yeah, he even Oral Menta is gone too, so yeah. And and a a a a a Akaria Jackson herself. I was thinking Akaria Jackson herself to spread out and do the own thing. And Men's Door says what made Men's Ford special was that they always took care of themselves, and they agreed to break up a sense and have one last group hug before Dinner sits down and gets weird about the cup again, which that was, kind of sad, but at the same time, good. You know, we'll see what happens with Shakir Jackson and freaking Oramenta. Then we had Carmen Pazakovic fences Soruka, which was a little fun match, guys. Let's talk about it. Carmen, I'll just say Carmen ducks under Ruka, blocks X Factor, and sends Carmen to the floor, but she ducks the Okara moonsault, and Soria catches her pal. I was thinking catches her pal back inside, whips across under a kick, and drops down and flips over and jumps over Soulmate, and Carmen slips out of a twist lock, and Soruka ducks a kick and up and over grounding punches from Carmen and sliding kicks and shotgun drop kick, and Ruka kicks out and Ruka putting a run together and springboard shoulder block and back elbow into the corner and backpack. I'll say it again. Backpack stunner connects off the apron, running knee up top, but Carmen shoves her off the turnbuckle and goes after to the floor. Back inside, trading pins, front kicks from Ruka and whips to the corner and up and over this side. I'll say it again. The die this I'll say it again. Whips to the corner, up and over the denying. I'll say it again, over denying, and so I'll say again, over denying, and so Ruka wins with the Soul Snatcher, and that's what happened right there, guys. And then the post match, Ashanti Adonis betrays Carmen from losing, and she lays him out with a roundhouse kick and stuff. And a lot of people are good with the storyline being over, which I like the story, which a lot of other people weren't with the story with Carmen and Ashanti Adonis. But with me, I liked it though, but I know a lot of other people didn't like it. But we'll see what happens with Carmen doing her own thing just by herself, which I think she's really talented. She really is, and the stuff that she has done in GCW. When I do this, this means good crap, good shit, good shit, good shit. Okay, man. Okay, guys. Then we go to the break, and then back from the break, Trick Williams makes his entrance, and he gets on the mic. I'll say it again. Oh yeah. He gets on the mic again. I'll say it again. He gets on the mic again, and he says Joe Henry's name, but he doesn't appear, and he says Joe Henry's better be glad that Darkseid got to him first before he couldn't belong here, but he couldn't lie. Joe got the best of him last week, and he was a little bit out of character. Maybe he's even crashing out, but he felt better when he looked up his schedule and whooped his ass at TNA Rebellion. But he's moving on to bigger and better things, and he still wants his NXT Championship back from Ppv'S. Then they enter Everrain, and she says Trick just doesn't get it, and she had to kick him out of the arena last week and destroying a camera, then went to another promotion to attack their champion. What is he doing? What is he doing? And he said he's been thinking about it, and he's used to think that Trick Williams is NXT, but after Sunday, he thinks he's bigger than NXT, and he's the biggest star here, and now he's the biggest star in TNA too. Eva says if he wants another title shot, fine, but he has to go to the back of the line and win a 25-man battle royal next week. And Julia chats with Roxanne Perez backstage and admits that Roxanne Perez was right, that they were unstoppable together. And Honk and Tonk made their entrance and sent us to the break. Then back from the commercial, Ppv'S is interviewed backstage, and he says Trick Williams' complaints sounds more and more like the cries of an own-grown child, but it doesn't matter if he fights him one more time or 1 billion more times, the title will stand on his shoulders. Then the Undertaker rolls up, and he says he has said it before, but this is Obo's yard for now, and he's gotten something from LFG, and that they are going to be coming for him really soon, and 3 of them rolled up behind him, and Ppv'S says he's looking forward to the challenge and stakes the dead man's hand. Then we had Honk and Tonk fences Josh Brutes and Amora for the NXT Tag Team Championships. I love Amora, man. From freaking Noah, I'm telling you guys, really talented. Really freaking talented. I'm freaking telling you guys. Really freaking talented, I'm telling you guys. But let's talk about it. So Tonk and Amora charge in each other to start, and Amora gets the better of him, whips across, boot up, and tag to Honk, and smashing Amora into the corner. One hand bulldog from Walker over. I was thinking from Walker, cover for 2, and champions with a near fall and challengers on the comeback. And we go to the break, and back from the commercial, Walker nails Amora with a boot and trading right hands and big German suplex from Amora and fighting in the turnbuckle. And Walker nails Josh Brutes with a right hand and diving lariat and tags to Ledger. Tags to Ledger, running hot lariat and diving splash from Ankura, and Honk breaks it up, and Amora, and and Cora with a big jump to Tonk back, and Walker runs in and gets a swing into Josh Brutes by accident, and Honk tags in, and that's how Honk and Tonk won and retained the TNA or NXT. I'll say it again, NXT. I'll say it again, NXT tag team titles. I'll say it again, NXT tag team titles. That's how they retain the NXT tag team titles. Then Noel Quarter Catch crew are talking about the Battle Royal backstage, and essentially it's got NXT and TNA involved, and LFG's talent in it, and Tevin Height. I was thinking Tevin Heights. I'll say it again, Heights, and Charlie Dempsey isn't with them right now because he's pissed that Melbourne tagged with Devon Evans last week, and Miles says it's time for them to break out, and they're going to be in the Battle Royal, and Heights is worried about what Charlie will think, but he wants in the Battle Royal too. And then we go to the break. Then back from the commercial, we get a Dark Side Twitter promo growling about how they made Joe Henry disappear. Then we get a vignette for all new, all different Chase U within Andre Chase unloads on some poor guys for nerding out. Well, Nels Dexon, and on 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 Aria Connor. I'll just say Connor, and Connor and Connor shows up late to class, and it's just little old time, and Soruka and Sarya are counting backstage when Kilani Jordan rolls up into celebrate her on her win, and talks about how she defended the title every week when she was NXT North American Women's Champion, and Soruka tells her to step up if she has an issue, and Jordan does so, and Soruka, and Jordan does so, and Sarya stands up and says she's not defending the title next week, and if Jordan wants to step up, she has to go through her first. And then we get earlier tonight footage of Hank and Tonk. I was thinking Hank and Tonk. I say honk. Hank and Tonk checking on Joe Henry in the trainer's room and telling him they have his back against Darkseid, and he just has to say honk honk, and they'll be there. And Julia and Roxanne Perez make their entrance to send us to the break. And then back from the commercial, commentary hypes up next week's show, including a graphic for the Battle Royal with a since every entrance revealed. Then we had the main event. Guys. Then we had the main event. Julia and Roxanne Perez face Io Sky and Jordan Grace, which was a good main event. Let's talk about it, guys. Action almost essentially to the floor, and Sky and Perez start back inside Io, putting boots to Roxanne and choking her in the corner before hitting a slingshot double knee, and Grace tags in and slams Sky into Perez, cover for two, and Julia legal off a fireman carry, and Jordan blocks a sunset flip off the rope, and Shorter blocks big sidewalk slam in a visceral suplex, and lifts drops into a revolution shoulder gub buster, and nope. Perez runs interference, and Julia crawls at Grace's face and gets some breathing room from the tag, and then Jordan's on the wrong side of her town and quick tags, and Sky tags back in and takes control with a missile drop kick, and Julia rams her into the corner, tags to Grace, and big back elbow tag back to Io, an electric chair on Sky, but the heels slip out and trip them both up to send us to the break. And then back from the commercial, Julia with a surfboard. I'll say it again. A surfboard stomp on Sky, tags into Perez to tag to Grace, and running hot, big near fall on the beautiful Magnus, and Io in and double teams Roxanne, backs it up, and Perez blinds tags and cutting Sky off into the turnbuckle, and diving Frankensteiner tags to Julia, and big headbutt and super kicks and hammerlock lift and tag to the Roxanne and Revolution, and a driver. I'll just say that a driver, and Perez with a other cool move, and Grace breaks it up, and Jordan and Julia get into again into onto again. Grace breaks it up, and Jordan and Julia get into it on the apron, and Grace ramming the beautiful madness into the apron and brawling wild onto the floor, and Perez allowed with Sky twist lock standing twist O'Connor roll for two, and Schoolboy for two, and La Calcia from Roxanne turns into a bridging pin, and Io with a bridge of her own for a no again a bridge pin, and Io with a bridge of her own, no fall, and a big shot from Io, and up and over, hop, rock, block, and knee to the face, and super kick, rolling, whole butt, and Io is hurting, and Roxanne off the ropes, and sunset flip, back handspring, since Buzz saw roundhouse kick up top, and that's how Io Sky and Roxanne, that's how Io Sky and Jordan Grace, I was thinking Jordan Grace and Io Sky, that's how they won and defeated Roxanne Perez and Julia. Then Stephanie Falquer is talking to Eva Rain backstage about being ready to defend her title again, and Eva says it should be either Julia or Jordan Grace, and she knows she's going to want to fight both of them, but she's not letting her do that. Instead, we'll have a good old-fashioned number one contender match coming this Tuesday. So yes, guys, which NXT's been putting on good shows, and I give this show an 8 out of 10, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you guys. I am freaking telling you guys, man. Oh, man. Now we're going to talk about Monday Night Raw. I'm going to take a little breather here. Again, I'm going to take a little other breather. And I appreciate you guys stopping in, back and forth, up and in, back and forth, doing whatever. I know probably me talking is annoying or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I don't care what anybody has to say. So Okay, we're back, guys. I know this is a long video we're doing. So the show opens with commentary welcoming us to the show. There are since mentions of the talent arriving to the Arena Falls, and we're informed that SmackDown GM Nick Aldis will be filling in for Adam Pearce tonight. And a recap of the closing statement to Raw last week, where Braun Breaker allies himself with Paul Heyman and Seth Rollins is next. Our newly united trio makes their entrance, and Braun and Paul dressed as since in black suit, and Rollins is in his over-the-top manner in a long peacock suit and a goofy eyeball glasses, eyeball glasses, eyeball glasses, and he holds up the mic, and the crowd particularly sings to his song, and he welcomes us to Monday Night Rollins and says he knows it's a little since for those of us who still want to chant for CM Punk, and for and for those of us who still want to put our fingers in the air for Roman Reigns. But this is here is the future of the wrestling industry. And he runs down a long list of people who are in the future, and it's not, and says with Paul Heyman to his left and Braun Breaker to his right, the future of this wrestling industry runs through Seth Rollins. And then enters Sami Zayn. Seth Rollins asked if he caught WrestleMania, and Sami said he did, and it was very good, and they've been friends for a very long time, right? And I'll say it again, they've been friends for a long time, right? And Seth agrees, and Zayn says he feels the need to come out here and tell him to his face that all of this is a bunch of crap, man. And Rollins says what he means, and Sami says how much time he spends talking about Punk and Reigns. Then the one thing those guys had in common is standing over his shoulder now. And Rollins looks confused, and Sami puts the bang on it and asks how he is supposed to be different from CM Punk, and maybe this step citing hatred for Punk was just jealousy, and he's just wanted to be in the position he was in. And Seth says he's not CM or Roman, and this is his vision for the future. And the two of them have talked about their vision for the future of many times, and this is it. And Sami points out what a convincing, convincing Vincent, this is that this vision reveals around him, and Seth says he's just the big man for the job, and Sami says he's a hypocrite, and this is just the bloodline with his Wisman and his little dog. And Sami tells Braun if he keeps looking at him like that, he's going to get his face kicked in. And Seth tells everybody to calm down and asks what all this is. And Sami Zayn comes out here to be honest. He'll be honest in return. This is the vision for the future, and either you're with him or you become a target. And that's not a threat. It doesn't want he doesn't want that, and it doesn't matter if he hates him or loves him like he does. If he stands in the way, he'll be a target. If he doesn't want this to come to blow, and Heyman can pull some strings and get Sami moves off of Raw, is that he has 2 cents. Clearly, he's not buying in some name. Maybe he can cash him out, and he keeps saying it's not a threat. He keeps threatening Sami, and this person is as an offer and a favor that he should just think about it, but they think an answer by the end of the night. And then Rhea Ripley makes her entrance to send us to the break, and then it's Rhea Ripley fences Roxanne Perez, and Perez rolls under and bells to the floor for a breather before things even start, and back up on the apron, back inside, rolling back out, trying to get Ripley hot, throwing her entrance fence at her, and Bum rushing her with a pump block and putting boots to Rhea, and another chomp block, uppercut, and big boot from Rhea, and sets up a razor's edge from Roxanne, and slips out to the apron and backs inside Gazadora. La Gazadora block rolls through, and leg kicks and hamstring kicks, and Rhea Ripley kicks her way, and Roxanne Perez with a leg kick and a drop kick, and Rhea smashes the floor. Suicide dive from Roxanne, and Ripley throws her into the barricade, and Perez on the comeback and pulling Rhea's leg, wild right hands pulling the leg again, and side Russian leg sweep and countered, and Ripley drops her with a big lariat, and Roxanne boots up and catches a crossbody since to a suplex, and Rhea drop kicks her out of the ring and sends us to the break, and then back from the break, Roxanne Perez is in control, picking the leg, and Rhea Ripley with a this 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 spread this rating up. I'll just say that, guys. This separating this spread this I was thinking this grading upper kick. I was thinking this braiding upper kicks to break free and duck under short arm lariats rolling but I was thinking whole butt up for it, and Razor's Edge penalty kick followed only for 2, and Julia comes back to ringside. I'll say it again, guys. I got cut off right there, but it was really good and stuff, guys, to start like the whole match with that and stuff. And then where was I? Okay, Rhea Ripley throws her into the barricade, and Roxanne Perez on the comeback, posing Rhea leg wild right hand, posing the right hand, and side Russian leg sweep counter, and Rhea Ripley drops her with a big lariat, and Roxanne boots her up and catches a crossbody that resents a suplex, and Rhea drops her out of the ring to send us to the break, and then back from the break, Roxanne Perez in control, picking the leg, and Rhea Ripley with a this grading upper kick to break free and ducks under and short arm lariat rolling but up for it, and Razor's Edge and penalty kick falls only for 2, and Julia comes to ringside, and Roxanne gets a near fall of a small package head scissors driver and a cartwheel knee drop nope, and then Pop Rock counters, and Rhea blasts her with a kick and eyes up Julia, calling her into the ring, and Roxanne Perez takes advantage but eats a head butt and pump handle, and Julia runs in with a pump block and nears to takes it in course, and that's how Rhea Ripley won by disqualification. Then the post match, Roxanne Perez and Julia beat Rhea Ripley down for a beat, but Io Sky makes the save, and a little bit of back and forth, and Sicily, the babyfaces stand tall, and then there's lots of chatter in the Judgment Day clubhouse as Finn Balor rolls up to welcome JD McDonough back and takes him aside to ask why he doesn't tell him he was coming back, and JD McDonough explains that he told Dominic Mysterio and figures it gets back to Finn, and they go back and forth, and it's it, and Liv Morgan rolls up and tells them to get ready for their match, and what match, and JD went and got a match against War Raiders to start getting them back to the tag titles, and Liv proposed to Balor, but she was busy, and whoops a do. I'll say again, whoop-de do. And Finn grumbles but goes off to get ready, and Carlito takes a chomp of apple and asks when his turn to win a title will be. And then we see Logan Paul walking backstage, and we go to the break. Then back from the break, Logan Paul makes his entrance and gets on the mic, and he calls the crowd stupid and some length and says, main event, Jey Uso does not look like a legend. He's not everything in this industry except win a world title. So Usos days are numbered because he got something Logan wants. And then here comes out Jey Uso, and he says, we're going to silence this noise because Logan Paul thinks he's just going to hand his title over to some punk ass YouTuber. Nope. He gets real. I'll say it again, guys. Sorry about the freaking app keeps doing that to me. The thing. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Where was I again? where was I again? Oh yeah. Stop! I'll get real. He watches Gunther's beat his twin to a bloody pulp, and that did something to him, and it light a fire that never's going out, and the title hasn't given is earned, and it's his, and if you want it, come get it, yeet. And then Logan makes a big dramatic show of rolling his eyes and tells Jey Uso he sounds stupid, and this is how it's going to go, and he's going to take the title, and Jey will do what he does best, crash out and screw up and lose in less time than he hold the IC title, the Intercontinental title. So enjoy it while you still can. Uso takes him out with a super kick, and that's what happened with that statement and stuff. And then the War Raiders are shown walking backstage as their Judgment Day opponents, and we go to the break, and we have Judgment Day, Finn Balor and Jaden McDonough faces the War Raiders, Eric and Ivar, and the New Day are on commentary for this one, and Ivar are on the wrong side of town, and quick tags, and Eric gets in, and they land JD Madonna out and throws him to the floor with double teams and War Raiders distraction by New Day, but they still finish Judgment Day up and scoop a slam and slamming Ivar into JD, and tag makes tag made, and Warbeard goes to the floor for a cinch train crossbody, and Jaden Madonna sidesteps and he crashes into the LTD board as we go to the break. And then back from the break, War Raiders fire up and Finn sidesteps Ivar but eats a Bunsa drop and reverses roundhouse for JD and fires up for War, and Bronco Buster lays Balor out and up top for the moonsault, but Finn rolls out of the way, and Jaden Madonna hits a moonsault of his own on Warbeard, but Eric breaks it up and making Judgment Day out onto the floor, and New Day trying Ivar how to do the deal, and he throws Balor into them, and then French and Train. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. French and Train the whole pile, and JD with a jawbreaker to get away from Eric. Well, Carlito runs in interference with the apple, and JD pops up, and Penta appears to shove JD down and tags to Ivar up in the Chris Lock, and the War Raiders won with the pinfall with the War Machine on JD, and that's what happened right there, guys. Then backstage, Paul Heyman takes a seat to Sami Zayn and tells him he was thinking about what he said out there, and hey, there's OG bloodline, and Sami says he blew up whatever was left of that, and Paul says he respects Sami's reasons for leaving the bloodline, and he hopes someday Sami Zayn will respect his reasons for doing what he is doing now, but that's not what he's here to talk to Sami about. He tells Zayn that Braun Breaker is demanding a match against him, and neither he nor Seth Rollins can tear him away, but Sami accepts being traded to SmackDown, and he can get away from it. And he spoke to Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis, and I'll say again, he spoke to Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis, and it asked a favor, and he got in Sami a WWE Championship match against the winner of John Cena fences Randy Orton. That's how much Seth Rollins thinks of him. And Paul tells him to think of his future and his family's future, and either he can live with the future or die with the past. And Heyman leaves, and the camera follows with him, revealing Braun Breaker letting in the doorway and sharing a tragic look with Paul Heyman as he leaves, and then Becky Lynch is shown walking backstage to send us to the break. Then back from the commercial, we see a couple of sportmen in the crowd, and Becky Lynch makes her entrance as she gets on the mic, and she says Bayley got attacked and took away her WrestleMania match, but there will be no weeks long extension. She refused the footage, and she did it, and she told the crowd not to offense outrage, ass like the bad guy, and says Bayley has attacked her repeatedly since 2019 and has never apologized to her. And she mocks Bayley for whining about not being a bigger star, and says she got to see what a bigger star looks like when she walked down the aisle at WrestleMania 41. And that brings her to Lyra Valkyria, and the enemies of your enemies is your friend, works in reverse, and the friend of yours enemies is your enemy, and tries to save her, which so again tries to save her and tried to get her to dodge the bitch, and she sure wouldn't have to win the tag title with Bailey, but she's already for since already a loser. Then Lyra comes out and she says she got caught up in a stupid fairy tale dream about winning Irish tag titles at WrestleMania 41, and she doesn't know how it took manhandle slam after manhandle slam, but she finally sees how now, and now exactly what this is. In the sense of Becky Lynch, she's going to make her pay for what she did to her and Bailey, and she gets in the ring, and Becky bells and Lyra taunts her and asks if she's thinking about how she beat her for the NXT Championship, and last time they fought one on one. Becky says from now on she's only fighting when it matters, and it does not matter in Kansas City, Missouri. And Lyra says she should have seen that coming so fine. And then Backlash, and she bets that Becky will only do it with the title on the line, so she's on, and Becky tries to welcome her to the big time, but Lyra cuts her off and says she made herself matter and she's not interested in being the next Becky Lynch. She's going to be a better person, and she's already knows she's a better wrestler. And Becky starts screaming abuse at her, and Lyra cuts her off with a drop kick and throwing her into the ring for a brawl, and Becky bells and runs out through the crowd. And then commentary recaps the statement with again commentary 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 recaps the statement. Well, Lyra makes her way out, and Becky Chomp blocks again. Becky Chomp shots her on the stage, and Penta is backstage with Nick Aldis, and Nick Aldis tells him to calm down, and he knows he wants payback, so he's not going to find him, but that couldn't happen again, and Penta agrees, and Nick has good news for him, and he books the match for him against JD Madonna next week, this coming tomorrow. Then Chad Gable and Ivan Neville roll up, and Chad Gable mocks him for dropping the big one at WrestleMania 41, and Cyril Mero, and Cyril comes back clown, but no, Penta losing wasn't his favorite part. It was watching his looseless brother Phoenix drop his first match to El Grande Americano. You know what I'm saying? Losing his first match to El Grande Americano at WrestleMania 41, losing to his first match to him at WrestleMania 41, guys. That gets Penta dressed up, and he lands Chad out with an Incendiary and calls him an asshole and tells him not to mess with the Lucha Brothers. And Stephanie Falquer is shown walking backstage to send us to break. And then back from the break, we get a hype reel from WWE partnership with Make-A-Wish, which I love that stuff, you know, with them doing that for kids, you know, and stuff. So I love that. Then Rusev gets a hype reel about how he had it all and lost himself. I was thinking lost himself, falling into the lose. I was thinking falling into the Agnes. I was thinking Agnes. I was thinking following into the Abdus on his way home to Brasilia. You know, Brasil, Bulgaria, 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 Bulgaria. I was thinking home to Bulgaria after he left WWE, and the Abdus is where he found himself and hymned himself and redeemed himself and realized he's no longer fight for a woman that isn't his or a flag that is no longer his. He has essentially and realized he was free to crush people because he wants to, and he will use his jack body for goods, which was great, which was really good, guys, I'm telling you. And then he tells his brother their lack of suffer ends now, and he's since rolled in, and he wants hunt them, forgive them, and fix them. And then we had Ivan Neville fences Stephanie Falquer. Oh man, that was a good match with Stephanie Filkier, Stephanie Filkier fences Ivan Nelf. Let's talk about it. Circle Nelf. This I was thinking. Circling Ivy declines a test of strengths, double legs front, translate and rolling Stephanie around cover for two, and Stephanie with a goal behind, bridging O'Connor roll and covers for two, and Ive with a kick inside headlock, crushing in and shots off and shoulder block and drop down and shoulder block, and Stephanie Falquier going for devil kiss, and Ivanov steps out and pulling her back into a surf board, and Stephanie reverses and hits a devil kiss as we go to the break. Then back from the break, more devil kiss from Stephanie and corner kicks covered, and Chad Gable puts Ivy's foot on the ropes out to the floor to confront him, and Ivy cuts her off with a German suplex back inside and kicks in the corner, and German suplex with a bridge, and Stephanie kicks out, and Ivy's up top, and Stephanie cuts her off and climbs to join her and jockeying for a precision, and Stephanie Falquier hits a superplex for two and slugging it out forearm for forearm from her knee to her knee, and Stephanie Falquier with SBB, and Ivy counters with a slam and caught up into the ropes, and Stephanie hangs her leg into the ropes and hits the dragon screw underhook follow, and that's how Stephanie Falquier won with the SBB on Ivy Neville. Ivy Nev. Man, I'm telling you guys. Oh, man. We'll be right back, guys. We'll be right back. And then backstage, Nick Aldis meets with AJ Styles and says he knows WrestleMania doesn't go how he wanted, but if anybody can make a comeback, he knows it's Styles. So he got a long list of potential opponents for him in AJ's game. But Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez and Dominic Mysterio roll up together, and Liv reminds Nick that she needs time off to go film a movie, and he says he will appear. All the paperwork has been fired, and Dom says he wants time off because he's champion, and he says so, and Nick Aldis tells him no deal, and he wants to go back to his chat with AJ, and AJ Styles and Dominic Mysterio snapped at each other, and then Sicily Judgment Day left, and AJ and Nick are on the same page about Styles' next move, and then we had the Ghosts of Christmas useless. Also again, the Ghosts of Christmas useless Karrion Kross roll up on Sami Zayn and tossed him against making the right decision tonight to send us to break, which I love Karrion Kross. Love everything he said. Freaking makes sense. What he said, what gets you to be a good soldier, what does it get you? What does it get you? You know, and all of that stuff. With that statement that he had, you know, at WrestleMania because he wasn't on the card and stuff. Then back from the commercial, Michael Cole apologized for getting Pat McAfee in trouble with Gunther last week, but it's an important that his job to be able to share opinions, and he replays Gunther's confront from last week from us. And then Michael Cole informs us that Adam Pearce has suspended Gunther officially and fines him in its enclosed amount of money, and Pat says it's time for him to address the issue, and he climbs him up to the announce desk and grabs a microphone and talks up Kansas City and says people have forgotten who the hell he is, and he has such a successful career on the microphone, and that he thinks he has ever forgotten who he is, but he looks in the mirror and saw that he's still that dang that was born in Pittsburgh to a father working paycheck to paycheck, and he's been lucky to be blessed with great friends and to go from an efficient bum to someone who knows in almost every city, and he's not essentially talent, and he's not essentially handsome, but when he dies in 6 feet in the dirt, he helps people say he's worked his ass off, not just himself, but for his family, for his community, and the people said that he was but pathetic man who gives billions of dollars. I'll say again. People that say he was a empathetic, empathetic man who gives billions of dollars to hospitals and homeless shelters and LGBTQ, the LGBTQIA plus, the LGBTQIA plus community and local schools, and he hopes they can say he leaves the world better than he comes into. I was thinking he comes into it, and last but not least, when he dies and gone, they will say that he was a loyal motherfucker. And that's one man who's been with him since that day, and they met, and he's just happened to be the greatest of all time, Michael Cole. And I'll be loyal to Michael till he's in the soul. And if somebody got something with him, they got something with me too. And when that I was thinking when that arch, Argent asshole got in Michael Cole's face, he had no chance to step in for his boy and himself and choke out all over the internet and get people saying he couldn't have done that in the future in prime. But Pat McAfee says, fuck that. If he dies, he dies. And he got a problem with Michael Cole. You got a problem with Pat McAfee. And he calls SmackDown Furious. I'll say it again. He calls SmackDown Furious. I was thinking SmackDown I was thinking SmackDown version. He calls SmackDown's version of Adam Pearce down, and then Nick Aldis comes and he says he knows Adam Pearce lets chaos reign, but he's in charge tonight and he does things differently. And Pat knows isn't the time and place for this, but since he calls him out, he's here. So make it quick and make it official. Pat says he doesn't like that Gunther's here and he wants the suspension lifted and a fight against the General Gunther and ASAP. And Nick Aldis says he had a feeling. He asked for that and he talks to Adam Pearce on it ahead of time, and the suspension will not be lifted, and the two of them are far too favorable. I'll say it again. The two of them are far too favorable to the company, and they could not take that risk. And he has an alternative. He has an alternative that they can lift the suspension, and Pat McAfee can get his hands on Gunther in a consistent contest in a WWE ring. And Pat McAfee versus Gunther is going to happen at Backlash, which I think is going to be crazy, man. We'll see what happens, though, in my opinion, with Gunther and Pat McAfee. Then McAfee accepts the deal and drops the mic and sits back on the commentary desk. Then we get a video package for the story of Orton and Cena's rivalry that's been going on for years and stuff and all of that. Then Sami Zayn is deep through backstage when Jey Uso, the main event, Jey Uso rolls up, and Uso says he's just checking on his brother from another mother, and he knows he got big decisions tonight, and whatever he decision to do, it's going to be the best for him. Jey Uso tells him he loves him, and Sami Zayn tells him he loves him back, and they hug, and Sami Zayn says that's what he needs to hear and takes his leave, while Jey Uso looks unconvincing and gets dropped by a jump cheap shot right hand from Logan Paul. And then we go up to the break, then back from the break, commercial break, hype up to the next week's show. Seth Rollins is in the ring to receive Sami Zayn's decision on the offer he made, and he gets on the mic and tells Sami and he loves for him to come on down and talk this out. Then Sami comes in, and then Rollins says he thought about it a lot before Sami shared his decision, and he wants to be heard out, and Sami is putting him through spots, and they go back for their life in him, and he doesn't want anything to happen insane. And 20 years of friendship, and last week he saw Sami celebrating with Jey Uso, and today he thought he was going to get the same respect, and he knows Sami Zayn doesn't agree with it, but Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker and Paul Heyman, that is the way forward, and he believes it with his whole heart that it is the best future for WWE, and that Sami doesn't believe in him. That hurts, and this business tears friendships apart, and they've both been on the same side for that. And all said and done, how many true friends can you count in this business? Less than 5. Then for Rollins and Sami is one of those true friends. When his baby girl was born, Sami was one of the first people he called and stared out of his wish. And Sami gets him some of the best advice and he ever gotten, and he'll forever be grateful for that. And he'll like to return the favor and give him a piece of advice that could save his life. And then Seth tells him to take the pass and take the way out, because if stay on Raw and you don't believe in Rollins, bad things will happen. And he loves Sami and he doesn't want that to happen, so he's begging him to take that out. And then Sami Zayn takes a long, little moment and tells Seth that if he hurts his feelings as a friend, he's sorry, and everything he said is true. You're a very good friend. Their kids played together and outside of that ring, and all true, but everything Rollins says inside of the ring, he thinks he's playing games, and Seth is really good at that stuff, and that part of why he's in the position he is, why the part of why he's in in this position. And because they close, he knows exactly what card to play, and how one thing that suits him, the WWE Championship, and how that stares at him, and now he's dingling that in front of him, and friends or not, has Seth ever known him the runaway. And Rollins Rollins talks about hurting his feelings, and he's not going to stand here and be treated by his friend, because that's what's happening here, and he's been treated with being a target. But guess what? Being a target tons times before, but he live with being couldn't be couldn't live with being blacklisted or blackballed or in shorts and strong armed, and he wouldn't be treated, and he will win a world title when he does, and he wouldn't be because of Eddie favors, and he'll be because he did his way and he did it the right way. So as his friend, he respects and loves Rollins, but he can go to hell. He said, "You can go to hell," which was good. That was a good freaking line, man, and all of this whole thing, I'm telling you. Then Rollins closes his eyes and persistent as Braun Breaker I'll say it again. Braun Breaker's Braun Breaker's siren goes off, and he makes his entrance and flints by Paul Heyman to send us to the break. And then we have Braun Breaker fences Sami Zayn. Then I'll say it again. Braun Breaker fences Sami Zayn in the main event. Back in time for the bell. Breaker rushes Zayn, shoulder thrust in the corner, in a belly-to-belly suplex, and Sami uppercut in the corner, and driving double axe handle and boot in the corner, and smashing Braun Breaker into the turnbuckle, and another axe handle cut into a belly-to-belly suplex, and choking Sami in the ropes, and big knee up and over, and Sami drops him with a lariat for some breathing room, and then passing Braun Breaker to the floor, and Braun Breaker bounces him off the announce desk, and a spring up to the apron, and diving lariats off the apron and over the announce desk as Rollins looks on a sense as we go to the break. And then back from the commercial break, jockeying for precision in the turnbuckle, Sami Zayn lands an avalanche sunset flip, powerbomb, and nope. And Sami Zayn looks for the corner exploder, denied knuckle lock, overhand chomp, and big step tornado DDT. Still just a near fall, and back in the corner, Braun Breaker with a Frankensteiner and landing him up spear, countered with a front kick counter and exploder connect. And Sami Zayn fires up and landing in weight and charging it, and Braun Breaker cuts him down with a spear and a second spear, no cover, and Sami rolls out to the apron, and Seth Rollins advises and gets him one more chance to take the deal and leaves for SmackDown, and saying, gabbling, I would say gassing and choking, and land into Rollins' face and tells him to go to hell, and then himself to his feet, and Breaker with a head of steam and a third spear, and Sammy falls out of the ring, and the ref Chad Patterson goes out to the check on him and calls for medics, and that's what happened, and that's how Braun Breaker won by stoppage. And then Rollins walks up to the ring and gives Breaker a nod, and Breaker gets a head of steam around the ring and four spear and a ready and injures Sami Zayn, and Michael Cole begs Paul Heyman to call him off and call for Rollins to do something, but they both stand by as Breaker continues his path of destruction. And back in the ring, the ref essentially covers Sami up and calls for the bell and makes it officially clear that referees and medical and road agents, Storm and road agent, gave James, J&J Security, you never one of them, James Noble backs Breaker off, and Rollins takes him into the corner and says tonight is his first lesson, and there are people that deserve their empathy and compassion, but Sami made his bed, and Rollins hits blackout on Sami to finish the beatdown, and that's what happened on Raw this past week. Now we're going to do quick results of freaking Dynasty and all of that, guys. We're going to get quick results of that. I know I've been on here for almost 3 hours long. Appreciate you guys staying by me. The ones that are watching, I know I've been seeing that one person has been watching me. Appreciate you. Even just by watching, I appreciate it. Even you listening to me, I appreciate that. I really freaking do. I appreciate that. So I'm going to take a little breather here, guys, and then we will do the pay-per-views and the PLEs. So, and then we'll go back to the weekly shows again with what happened, the past month and stuff and so on. Okay, we're back, guys. Let's talk about TNA Rebellion, which I thought was a great show. TNA Rebellion. Let's talk about it, guys. The X Division title match with Leon Slater, Akeem, you know who I'm talking about. I'm going by Akeem. You know what I'm talking about, guys. Akeem, that used to be Original. You remember Original? Original was in that match as well, guys. Matt Cardona as well, guys. Freaking good stuff. I'm telling you guys, this match was a great match. But I'm telling you guys, Leon Slater should have won that match. I'm just saying, but it was still a good freaking match, though. So yes, guys, let's talk about it. So we had Leon Slater, Matt Cardona, Viking Co. and KC and Cindy Akib, Cindy Akib. I said Akib, known as Original, and Moose, which was a good freaking match, going back and forth, boom, 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 on the top of the X thing and stuff. Really good stuff. Just really freaking good stuff, man. I'm freaking telling you, do that. Sorry, freaking acting crazy, but it's the truth. It's good shit. And then Moose won the match by Leon Slater was going to get it, and he failed, and then freaking Moose speared him, and then Moose grabbed the TNA X Division title, and that's how he retained. Then we had Trey Manuel and Zachary Wentz and Ace Austin with, X-Pac, known as, Sean Wilsman, that was his name in TNA, when he was in TNA back in the day, defeating Eddie Edwards and Brian Myers and Moose the System, and which I thought was a good match and stuff. It was pretty cool, little skits and stuff with doing the suck it, in the crowd and stuff with, X-Pac and, the Rascals, which was pretty cool. I thought that was really cool stuff, in my opinion. You guys can ask questions about that as well, about that. Like I said again, you guys can ask questions about that. The Rascals and Ace Austin, you know what I'm saying? The Rascals and Ace Austin and stuff, doing the DX thing through the crowd and all that cool stuff. And, basically they won with the UFO cutter by Zachary Wentz winning the match and stuff, which was good and stuff. And then we had the freaking TNA International Championship. Eric Young fits Steve Macklin, back and forth. Really good stuff, in my opinion, and stuff. Really good match, guys, and stuff with that. And, with Steve Macklin with the finish for the TKA, and then, Young countered for the power driver and stuff. And then, then Steve Macklin countered for the counter for a roll-up for the win, and that's how he won with the roll-up. And then we had that freaking great match with Mustafa Ali and freaking Mike Santana bleeding the freaking crap out of each other, man. That was freaking insane. That blood on Mike Santana, that freaking blood, oh my goodness, man. He was working his ass off, and he put Tasha Steelz through a table. Hopefully she gets cleared and stuff, and all that stuff, all that good stuff. Hopefully she comes back and stuff. And then, Mike Santana won with the block, the spin the block, spin the block. That's how he won with the spin the block. Remember, he always does that finisher, spin the block, and that's how he defeated Mustafa Ali. There was all kinds of weapons and handcuffs and all kinds of stuff, a barbed wire baseball bat, all kinds of stuff in that match. Then we had Tasha Steelz fences Musa Slamovich back and forth, hard hitting, back and forth, boom, 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 submission holds and stuff, and so on and so forth and stuff. And Musa Slamovich won by submission, and that's how she won the match, by submission, and defeated Tessa Blanchard. And Tessa Blanchard did a great job in this match, and I thought she did a really good job as well, guys. And I know all of you are going to say, "Oh, why are you supporting a racist?" I'm not. I do not like her as a freaking human being. There's a difference between the character. There's a difference between the character and real life. There's a difference between what you do in that ring and what you do in off television. Off television. There's a difference between those two, you people. Two differences. Just like I still listen to freaking I won't say his name, but you know what I'm talking about. Used to play freaking good music back in the day. I'll just say West. You know who I'm talking about, West, which is doing all this stupid shit. He shouldn't be doing that. To be honest with you, freaking dude, he's still, he's one of the greatest freaking damn rappers, in my opinion. But to freaking do all this freaking damn crap, you wearing all of that, that's a big freaking no-no. That's a big freaking no-no to me, man. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, West? You know what I'm saying? All this other crap too. People like him and freaking Tesla in real life, it's like, oh my God. But Kanye was really good singer, back in the day. So that's just, I'm talking about his early 2000 music. I'm not talking about the crap that he made towards the end. I'll tell you when Kanye West was relevant. 2004 to 2008. That's when Kanye West was the shit, in my opinion. But I'm just giving you a sample of, there's a difference between the character and the life, and there's a difference between an artist, how they sing, and how they are in person. Just like, which I won't mention another person, but my friend knows who I'm talking about, the other rapper too from back in the 90s, which that's a long story. And it's not the one that, did the, whatever, but more worse. But he's in prison for 30 years. You know what I'm talking about. He's in prison for 30 years and stuff. But anyways, guys, that was a good match with Slamovich and Tessa Blanchard. And like I said again, Slamovich retained her TNA Knockouts Women's title by submission and defeating Tessa Blanchard. Then we had Nick Nimitz and Ryan Nimitz. The Nimitz brothers. The Nimitz brothers. I call them the Nimitz brothers. The Nimitz brothers defeating the Hardy Boys and becoming the TNA World Tag Team Champions, which was a good match, I thought. And I thought it was pretty cool to see them win the tag team titles. I love the Hardys. I love them. I really do. They have done a lot for the industry. And I think they're doing wonderful things in TNA, going back to TNA and getting other people over and so on and so forth, because I think this is their last run. So, and then Nick Nemeth did the Danger Zone, and then Ryan tagged himself in to make the tag, and that's how they won. Then we had the TNA World Championship, Joe Henry, Frankie Kazarian, and Eden Page, back and forth, triple threat match, boom, 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 really good stuff. And then Joe Henry won with the standing ovation for the finisher, and that's how he won, guys. And then Trick Williams came out and attacked him from behind and did the trick shot, needed to stand tall, and that's what happened. I give this TNA Rebellion a 9 out of 10, a 9 out of 10, guys. Now we're going to be talking about other pay-per-views. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, guys, let's talk about night 2, freaking WrestleMania night 2, quick results, guys. So, yes, we had Io Sky fences Bianca Belair fences Rhea Ripley. That was a banger. That was a banger match to open the freaking night 2. That was a banger, going all over. Freaking Bianca Belair trying to do her KOD, and then Rhea Ripley with doing the trying to do her rip ties and all of that, and so on and so forth. And then, Io Sky winning the match with her finisher move. I forget what it's called, her finisher move. But, what I'm saying, with her doing all those flying stuff with Io Sky, and Io Sky retaining the Women's World Championship, which was great. Then we had Drew McIntyre defeating Damian Priest for the Sin City Street Fight, which that was really good and stuff, back and forth, really good, and Drew McIntyre won, with his finisher and stuff, with the Claymore and stuff. Then we had Dominic Mysterio defeating Braun Breaker and Penta and Finn Balor, which was really good, guys, and a great moment for Dominic. Dominic deserved to win the IC title, I'm telling you, to win the IC title. Then Randy Orton faces Joe Henry. I thought that was it was a short match and stuff, and Randy did his RKO to Joe Henry and stuff, but I think Joe Henry should have won that match, but I get why they're doing this, to do the storyline with Orton and Cena, so that's why they had to have Randy Orton win this match to get a title shot to face John Cena at Backlash. So. Then we had Logan Paul defeating AJ Styles. I thought that was a great match. I don't care how many of you people will hate on me. I love Logan Paul as a wrestler, but he's a piece of shit human being. But he's a good freaking wrestler. I give him credit as a wrestler, but him as a human being, same thing. I give him credit what he does in the ring, but him as a person, different freaking story. Different freaking story. Then we had the women's tag team titles, Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria defeating Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez, which I thought made no sense afterwards on Monday Night Raw the next night with betraying them. They could have just had Raquel and Liv retain the titles, but no. We had to freaking give it to Becky and Liv and Lyra Valkyria just for one night to just freaking have Becky Lynch stab her in the back. Well, they could have done it at WrestleMania, which I could agree on somebody on Twitter for saying that. I can agree with them on that. And then we had the main event. John Cena fences Cody Rhodes. John Cena won, doing a low blow, so on and so forth, going back and forth for a little bit and stuff. And Cody Rhodes was trying to do his crossroads and stuff like that and stuff. And then, Travis Scott came in, and helped him and stuff, which a lot of people said that was a terrible freaking decision and all of that. But I just like the moment that John Cena won his 17-time world title. I mean, I'm happy for him, but at the same time, I really don't care because I was never a Cena guy. I was really more of an Edge guy and an MVP guy and a little bit of a Batista guy when I was a kid, which I watched a little bit of that. I didn't watch it like I do today. But at that time, I was more focused on basketball, so I was really into basketball at that time. So we're going to talk about night one now, guys. We're going to talk about night one, which was predictable. I got everything right on that night, like everything. Okay, so we had Tiffany Stratton fences Charlotte Flair, which was a great match. Oh man, I love Tiffany Stratton fences Charlotte Flair's freaking WWE Women's Championship match. Freaking good match. Tiffany Stratton retained the title. Good match. Good freaking decision. And whoever made that, Triple H, good job on you for freaking doing that because Charlotte Flair doesn't need to win more freaking title after title after title after title after title. She's already great, which she is right now. She's already great being 14-time women's champion. So yes, guys, on that. And then we had Jacob Fatu defeating LA Knight, which was a decent match. Jacob Fatu did all his cool moves and stuff, and LA Knight did some punch kicks and all that stuff, and then tried to do his BFD and so on and so forth. And then Jacob Fatu became the new United States champion. Then we had El Grande Americano defeating Rey Fenix. They went back and forth doing a little bit of lucha stuff and all that. And then El Grande Americano won. Then we had Jade Cargill defeating Naomi. They did a little fun match right there, back and forth a little bit. And then Jade Cargill won with her finisher. Then we had the World Tag Team Championships. The War Raiders fences the New Day, and the New Day won the World Tag Team Championships, and they're your World Tag Team Championships, or the World Tag Team Champions right now. Then we had Jey Uso fences Gunther, which was a little fun match. A lot of people thought it was boring, but I thought it was a little fun match. And Jey Uso is the world champion right now, and he's going to go after Logan Paul at Backlash. So yes, guys, we're going to see what happens with that too, and I hope Jay retains. Logan Paul, if he wins, I wouldn't matter either. A lot of people are hating on it on X, but I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn and stuff. So that's what happened. And then we had the main event, going back and forth, boom, 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 with Punk and Rollins and Reigns, bam, 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 bam. Then Paul Heyman was like, he was going to do the low. He was like going to do a low blow. He was waiting for it. Then he did it to freaking Roman Reigns. He did it to freaking CM Punk first. He did it to CM Punk, the low blow, and then he did the low blow to Roman Reigns, and then that's what happened. And Seth Rollins is the guy with Paul Heyman now, which I think is great with Braun Breaker. We'll see who else is going to be added in that group. But anyways, guys, that was funny how Paul Heyman did that, like with the oh man, that was funny. Oh man, that was funny. I'm telling you guys, that was funny. But we're going to be right back, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, guys. Then we had Gigi Dolan and Tatum Paisley defeating Kiara Jackson. Kiara Jackson and Lads Legend and Fallen Haley and Jason Jane and Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez. Then we had the North American Championship. I'll say it again. I said Rocky. I meant to say Ricky. I'll repeat it again. The North American Championship. Ricky Saints defeated Eden Page and retained the North American Championship. Then we had the NXT Championship, Honk and Tonk retaining the NXT Tag Team titles and defeating fencing him, Nathan Frazier and Exum. And then we had the Women's North American Championship, Soruka defeating Saria and Jordan and Isa Dame and Loa Vice and Thea Hill, which was good. And then we had Dark Dark State defeating the D'Angelo family, which was really good. And then we had Stephanie Falcure defeating Jillia and Jordan Grace and Jada Parker to retain her NXT Women's title. Then we had Obafemi defeating Trick Williams and Devon Evans, which I thought Devon Evans should have won that match, but still was a good match and stuff, guys. And I gave that show an 8 out of 10. It was really good as well. Stand and Deliver, NXT Stand and Deliver, really good stuff, I'm telling you guys, with Stand and Deliver. And we'll be right back, guys, with another one. I know I'm not going to go by order, guys, but we're going to go backwards with this. So this was the main event. TNA Unbreakable. Let's talk about TNA Unbreakable, guys. Let's talk about Unbreakable real quick. TNA International Championship Tournament. Eric Young defeated JDC and Zachary Wentz, which was really good. And Eric Young hit a pile driver on Wentz to win. And then we had the TNA International Championship Tournament. Steve Macklin defeated Eddie Edwards and Ace Austin, another match as well for the tournament as well. And then, and Steve Macklin won with the KIA double hook DDT for the win. And then we had Moose defeating, Akib, you know what I'm saying? Moose defeated Cindy Akib, and then the Hardys, Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy and Mike Santana defeated the Nimeth brothers and Mustafa Ali, which was a little fun match and stuff, guys. And all of that. And the Nemeth brothers gained control on Jeff as they set up the finish, and Mike Santana returned the clobber Nick Nemeth, and then twist the feint from Matt and a Susan from Jeff to sell the deal on Ryan, and that's what happened right there. And then we had Joe Henry and Musa Slamovich defeating Frankie Kazarian, Joe Henry and Musa Slamovich defeating Frankie Kazarian and Tessa Blanchard, and then Victoria Crawford was in the crowd, and then we even had freaking Chris Angels at WrestleMania 2. I forgot to tell you guys. We had Chris Angels at WrestleMania and Unbreakable too, man. That was a great freaking weekend. And then, they were going back and forth in this tag team match, back and forth. Musa Slamovich did some moves to Tessa Blanchard and stuff, and then Frankie Kazarian did moves to Joe Henry back and forth, boom, 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 and stuff, and all of that. And then a head kick from Musa Slamovich to Frankie Kazarian, then sets up the table for the standing ovation slam from Joe Henry to win, and that's what happened right there. And then Mike Santana was tired of Mustafa Ali's running out, so he begged Santino Marella for a false count anywhere, which we just talked about with Rebellion and all of that. And then Ace Austin introduced Chris Bay on stage, and Bay walked out on his own 2 feet, and Bay broke his neck in the ring 187 days ago, and he was told that chance of walking again was very slow. And thanks to the support and hard work, he's beat the odds, and Bay is unbreakable. Then we had this banger barbed wire massacre. This massacre with freaking Sami Callihan and freaking Mans Warner, freaking lot of blood, a lot of freaking violence. Oh man, it was so freaking good. And then Sami Callihan won with a barbed wire mandible claw sets up a pile driver for the victory, and that's what happened right there. Then we had the TNA International Championship final for the championship. This was for the title for the main event for the new crown TNA International Championship, guys. And Steve Macklin won by doing, the the KIA for the win, and then AJ Francis blocked it from him, and then Macklin countered for DDT. Then Macklin added the KIA, a double underhook DDT, the win, and that's how he became the new international TNA champion, first ever TNA international champion. Then the show closes with Matt Hardy invading the Nimeth brothers to his compound for the deletion. And that's what happened right there, guys. And Unbreakable was a good show too, like I said again. Unbreakable was a good show. And we'll be right back, guys. We'll be right back. Now let's talk about Dynasty, which I thought Dynasty was okay for what it was. So yes, guys, we're going to go backwards. So we had the main event, AEW World Championship, Jon Moxley defeating Swerve Strickland with the help of the Young Bucks. Attacking Swerve Strickland, which was bullcrap in my opinion. But Jon Moxley retained the AEW World title and stuff. Good for Jon Moxley and stuff, but in my opinion, Swerve Strickland should have won that match. Swerve Strickland should have became the AEW World Champion again and made it history again at Dynasty, becoming a champion twice in a row in the same freaking pay-per-view. But it didn't happen. Then we had the AEW International Championship, which was a banger. Kenny Omega and Ricochet and Mike Bailey going back and forth. Freaking good stuff, man. And then Kenny Omega won with the one-winged angel. I believe it was the one-winged angel, and that's how he won. And then we had Adam Cole versus Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia faces Adam Cole for the TNT Championship, and your new TNT champion, Adam Cole, won that, and that's what happened right there. And then we had Chris Jericho faces Bandito. I thought Chris Jericho had it won, and then they restarted the match, and then went back and forth for a little bit longer, and then Bandito won and became the new Ring of Honor World Champion. I'm so happy Bandito won. And Chris Jericho's taking some time off, I heard, guys, so that's what's happening with Chris Jericho. Then we had the Owen Hart Tournament first round. Kyle Fletcher faces Mark Briscoe for the fourth time. They always kill it. Mark Briscoe and Kyle Fletcher always freaking kill it, man. Then we had the AEW Women's Championship. Toni Storm faces Megan Bayne. I thought Megan Bayne should have won that match, but I love Toni Storms too. I really do. I love Toni Storms, but I think Megan Bayne should have won the AEW Women's Championship. But that's just my opinion on that, guys. Still was a good match, but Megan Bayne should have won the AEW Women's Championship. Then we had the AEW Trios Championship. Death Riders facing the rated FTR, and the Death Riders retain, which you already know now. It's the Hobbs. The Hobbs have the Trios titles, and it was on a Dynamite, the Beach Break Dynamite that they defeated the Death Riders. Then we had the Owen Hart Tournament first round. Mercedes Moné defeating Julia Hart, which was a little fun match, and I loved it. I loved the match. I loved it. I thought it was good. But I just don't like her gimmick and her promos. That's the thing. I don't like her gimmick and her promo going like, that's just my opinion. I know you guys are probably laughing about me. I sound like I'm going to take a crap by doing that. And then we had the Hart Syndicate defeating the Learning Tree, which was a good tag team match with Brian Keith and Big Bill fences Shelton Benjamin and Bobby Lashley, and then with the help of MJF throwing a punch at Big Bill and stuff. And then we had the Owen Hart Tournament first round. Will Ospreay fences Kevin Knight, which was the opener. I still remember it was the opener, and Will Ospreay won. It was back and forth, boom, 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 with Kevin Knight and Will Ospreay. Great stuff, great stuff. Then we had a quick match with Anthony Bowens defeating Matt Custer in the 0 hour, and then we had Nick Wayne and the Crew defeating AR Fox and Top Flight in the opener as well, guys. And that's what happened. And I gave this Dynasty a 6 out of 10, guys. That's just my opinion on that. Now we're going to talk about Battle Riot. MLW Battle Riot, guys. Oh, man, there was a lot of freaking names. Freaking Jarrah Jahi, that's who he's going by now. Jarrah Jahi. Jinder Mahal, Jinder Mahal, Rod Jahi. He was there in the Battle Royal. RVD was in the Battle Royal. Hammerstone was in the Battle Royal. All kinds of people were coming in, legends and stuff. It was lit, man. That Battle Royal was freaking lit, in my opinion. It was really lit. I'm telling you guys. Oh man, I'm telling you. That stuff was really good. I'm telling you guys. And I'll tell you more too, guys. And we have that girl, so Shuku. I think her name is Shuku something. That wrestler from TJPW, defeating Del Mi Exo and became the MLW featherweight champion. That was really good. That was freaking really good. I'm telling you guys, that was really good, man. Her becoming the new MLW featherweight champion. That was freaking awesome. We had commentary and stuff, and was joining by Joe Dobrowski was Austin Austin Arias was by side with Joe Dobrowski, and a lot of people hate Austin Ace. That's your opinion, guys, and stuff. I like him as a wrestler, but him as a human being, and different damn story with him. And then we had Alexis Jr. and Star Jr. versus Ultimate Guerrero and Barbaro Cardio and Magnus, and Alexis Jr. and Star Jr. defeated Ultimate Guerrero and Barbaro and Carlito Barbaro Cardio and Magnus, which was a good match, and freaking it ultimately Alexis Jr. getting the victory for his team. Then we had Shuku I Morai. I'll say it again. I'll just say Morai. Okay. I'll just say that. That's another match. Sorry, that was another women's match. Morai versus Janai Kai. Janai Kai won that match, and then we seen Matt Kroger is not in the Battle Royal and stuff, and doesn't mean he'll not take a spot. He wants to make LA Phil contra Raf, and then next up is the session with MSL as he introduces his guest, the Filthy Bros, and there is no love lost between MSL and Tom Lawler, but world champ Matt Riddle made it known he's ready for anyone and everybody, as since both Lawler and Riddle are ganging up on by Nijak, and the debut of Baron Corbin. His new name is Bishop Dryer and Tom. He's going by Tom Pastak or something like that. Tom Pastak and Bishop Dryer now, and MSL reveals he has signed Bishop Dryer to a contract, so now he's got 2 skyscrapers on his side. And then we had another luchador match. Tom Perturo and Inchikoro and Afichi and Tom Timotoro won that match, which was a really good match. And Timuro, who keeps the momentum cooking, and he gets a victory in front of Misto, who is at ringside. Then, the post-match, Joe interviews Misto, and Cesar Duran reveals that the champ will be over a few weeks with an injury, but there's bigger news. Misto's state will be moving up in division, and there will be the will the the fake the faint will then forever. I'll say it again. He will be moved in the division, and for will the faking the MLW midweight championship. However, K1 interrupts in a sense to miss Misto but gets Duran instead, and K1 runs off with the midweight championship. And then we see that all MSL and Dyer and Nijak are on is on a on the field front. MSL believes that Riddle is fighting through 2 broken bones and his new since aim to do more damage. Then we had Shako fences Del Me, the match that I've been just talking about. And Shako is one of Japan's most celebrated and direct wrestlers. She's making her debut on behalf of TJPW as the fighter promotion and all of that stuff, guys, and all of that. That's what happened, and she won the MLW Featherweight Championship, like I said. Then we had the main event. The MLW Battle Riot 7, man. Let's talk about it. So they had Hammerstone. They freaking had, Raji Jaheed. They had Bishop Dreyer was in it. Freaking Nijak was in it. Even RVD was in it. Freaking all kinds of freaking legends, man. It was great. I loved it. It was freaking great. There was a lot of freaking people that were legends and people that were in WWE from the past that were in this freaking Battle Royal, and it was amazing. And Matt Riddle retained the MLW World Championship, guys. And guys, I'm going to tell you, MLW has Lucha Azteca May 10th. Look forward to that May 10th, guys. That's going to be freaking great. I'm telling you guys, that is going to be freaking awesome. I'm going to tell you, that's going to be freaking awesome. I'm telling you guys. But we'll be right back, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, back to the weekly shows again, guys. Back to the weekly shows again. We're going back to where I left off from the beginning, where I was gone for a while, for a month or whatever. We're going to go back to that again. I know these are going to be long videos. We're going to start doing long videos like this once in a while. I know it's long videos. I'm telling you, it's a long freaking video, but appreciate all the love and support, the people that are still freaking listening, man. This is a long freaking video, I told you. This is probably the longest video that I ever freaking done, to be honest with you, and it's going to be like that for a while. Okay, guys. So the show opens with an outside camera along of the arena surrounding by a foot of snow, and stuff like that, which they said and stuff. And then show opens, the lady that, that where she lives, that's what she said and stuff. And all that, and there was a foot of snow. The show opens with a outside camera angle of the arena grounding by a foot of snow. Also, to get a foot of snow. And the thing is, guys, this was back in March. So just giving you a heads warning about that. Then we had Mark Davis fences Mike Bailey fences Orange Cassidy fences Ricochet for the AEW International Championship number 1 contender match. So let's talk about it. So Don Callis is on commentary for this one, circling Cassidy with a comeback roll, and Bailey gives him a polite round of applause, clapping applause outside to the floor with Davis and Mike Bailey stay behind, and Mike Bailey kicks on Ricochet and sends him packaging, and OC comes back in with a painful like kicks and puts his hands in his pocket, and Bailey gets a little alright, and he can work with this and nod and lock his hands behind his back and kicks and change, and OC gets the better of it, and Mike Bailey skips up, and Ricochet returns the ruined things, and Bailey with a diving Erisha, and landing chest kicks on Ricochet, and trying the same trick on Mark Davis, and they just get power bombed into the apron, and OC comes in, and Davis slams him into the apron as well, and then Ricochet and falls Mark a stone wall, and Ricochet begs off, and Bailey O'Connor roll for two, and pump kick sends Ricochet back to the floor, and back the wrist lock, and Lenny chomps in on Davis, and then Davis cuts him down with a single chomp and holds court in the ring, and venting OC off as well, and then more chomps for Mike Bailey, while Ricochet joins commentary and says he's going to hang back and pick his spot, and then going back in, Davis throws him right out, full out, and Bailey and OC as well. Then he screams at Ricochet and sends him packaging, and Mark slams OC, and Mike drops double knee on him off the top, and charging him, running big boot into the corner off the apron with a missile drop kick and rolling soup boot and axe kick and roll kick, and they land Davis out and running shooting star press, and Ricochet throws them off the cover and running shooting star of his own, and OC throws him out, and OC with a cover for one, and he argues with the ref, and it was two, and everybody throwing elbows at everyone else, and since boots sending Mark Davis into the corner, and Mark Davis and OC throw Ricochet into a boot, then get bowled over by Mark Davis, and it turns as we go to the break. Then back from the break, Davis and OC fight it over a suplex, and Mark throws him into the turnbuckle, and OC managed to dig deep and throw the suplex after, and Ricochet blindsides him with Fergo deny off the ropes, and satellite. There's also again satellite. Arisa into the turnbuckle, and OC launches his arms, and satellite DDT refers into a suplex, and a brainbuster refers into a Sundog Billionaire, and then Chaos, and I'll say OC fades away from a Bailey kick, and Mike Bailey runs up the turnbuckle and dives into Davis onto the floor and fighting over the ropes, and electric chair powerbomb refers into a Hurricanrana for two, and then Bailey with a super kick for two, and then drawing OC up, and then a Falcon Arrow connects, and Bailey comes up top and shooting star press, and then Davis pulls Mike Bailey out of the ring, then Ricochet with a top contra on Mark Davis up top, and then OC is hurting. I'll say it again. OC is hurting, and Orange kicks out of a shooting star press, and I'll say it again. A handspring kick sends Mark Davis packing from kicks to Bailey, and a soul butt kick, knee kick, and a big lariat takes them off their feet, and Death Valley driver for two, and then OC slips out of a powerbomb from Davis, and OC does an orange punch connect, and Mark Davis kicks out. Then Mike Bailey trades kicks with Ricochet, and both men land boots, and Davis comes back to drop him with lariats, and pulling Bailey in and juicing on Ricochet, and one more powerbomb on Mike Bailey, and a powerbomb from Ricochet after, and a spinebuster on OC, pulling him up, and close your eye, and comes to a fuck connect by Mike Bailey, breaks it up, and then trading sunset flips, and Bailey with a kick and standing shooting star double knee drop, and kick sends Ricochet packaging, and since kick to the back of Mark Davis' head, and struggling into a backslide, and Ricochet stacks a pin on top with his feet on the ropes, and then the ref counts the 3, but who won? And then the ref talks to the ring announcer, and Justin Roberts shoos Don Callis away, and Roberts announced the winner, and Mike Bailey and Ricochet both won pinfall with a backslide and a first press on Mark Davis, who are since both becoming challengers for the AEW International Championship, which we talked about. Then we had a real challenge with Swerve Strickland and John Moxley to build up the dynasty and stuff. Then we had backstage, we get a heel reel from Hart Syndicate. Then we had Billy Starks versus Mercedes Moné for the Ppv'S Championship. Let's talk about it, guys, and stuff. So, filling out to the floor, Starks with a suicide dive back inside. Billy gets a near fall, and Moné comes back with a lung blower and cover for 2, and she throws Starks to the floor, and we go to the break, and then back from the break, we see Starks kicking out of something or others, and Mercedes hammering right hands in the corner and claiming up top, jawing at her and hammering her right superplex connect, and Moné rolls through, and Starks counters with a brainbuster onto the knee, and then boot up in the corner, and hand scissors shove Starks into the turnbuckle and flip over a Moné maker, but Mercedes clocks her with a knee, and Billy Starks with a knee with a kick, and Moné with a lariat, and both women are down and out, and victory roll for 2, and trading pinning submissions, and sunset flip so close, and a shotgun drop kick throws, and Mercedes into the corner, and Starks Alabama slam her head into the top turnbuckle, an electric chair driver, but Mercedes gets a feet on the ropes, and Starks goes up top, and Suicide Atomic into the apron, but Moné rolls away in a crucifix pin for 2 right into the crossface, and that's how Mercedes Moné won with a submission and defeated Billy Starks. Then the post-match, Moné refused to break the hold till the ref forced her, and we get a promo package from the Outrunners wishing some local special team luck as we go to the break. Then we are back from commercial, and MJF cuts a promo backstage. He says everybody's talking about who's going to win the race to be the next AEW World Champion, and he's going through each name in turn and dismisses them before saying he's the only horse to be bet on, and he's been looking at MVP's business card, and it's got him thinking about his title being around Jon Moxley's waist, and it becomes clear that if he wants another shot, he might need a cruise of his own, but the last time he trusts someone, he got burned pretty bad, and he'll have he'll have an answer for MVP the coming week for that one, and then Daddy's crying over spilled milk is over, and it's time for him to smile over popping champagne instead. Then we had this whole crazy thing with Adam Copeland versus Jon Moxley for the AEW World Championship street fight. The whole thing with the freaking needle, the freaking damn spikes on his back. That was crazy. That was freaking crazy in my opinion. That was just freaking crazy. In my opinion, it was crazy. They should have not done it, but it was crazy. But I respect it because it's something different. But you know what I'm saying? It was too far to the point that a lot of people were bitching about it and stuff. But it could have been a better match if it was like all kinds of stuff. But in my opinion, I thought it was pretty cool. Kind of a little crazy to see something different. Something out of the ordinary. You know what I'm saying? So, and then the post match, FTR and Willow taunt to Adam Copeland and stuff and all that. And then, Jon Moxley won by ref stoppage with a bulldog choke and retained the AEW World Championship, which, Adam Copeland did his moves back and forth and stuff. And then, the spike spots and all that stuff with the spike spots and so on and so forth and stuff, which was cool and stuff and something to see that I have never seen before, and all that stuff, like I was saying. And it's out of the ordinary for me and stuff like that. So, and then the post match was FTR and Willow talked to Adam Copeland, and Dex Hardwood seemed pissed and refused to grab Adam's hand and helped him up, and Cash Wheeler goes to the floor after him to see what's up, but Dex whips him away, and Adam Copeland gets to his feet and soaks in the appreciation of the crowd before Willow helps him to the back. As his theme plays again, we go to the break. Then we had back from the commercial, we get a recap of Chris Jericho attacking Bandito and Gravity in front of his family at Revolution and all that. For, you know what I'm saying, in front of his, so again, back from the commercial, we get a recap of Chris Jericho attacking Bandito and Gravity in front of his family at Revolution. And then Renee Paquette interviews Bandito backstage and says wrestling run in his veins and he knows the dangerous and he can handle them. But what Jericho did, what Gravity at Revolution and the very first AEW show for his sister and his mother, making them cry in front of him, and he will never forget him for that. So at Collision, he hopes he shows up like a man and gives him Brother Mask back to him. And Johnny TV rolls up to ask him who cares and why he thinks he deserves to sit in the ring on TV on Slam Dunk Sunday, and that's not ratings, but Johnny TV fences Bandito, that's ratings, and Bandito accepts the challenge and stuff like that. Then we had AR Fox fences Will Ospreay going back and forth, boom, 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 and all of that stuff, and then Will Ospreay won with the hiding blade, and that's what happened right there, and defeated AR Fox with the hiding blade. Then Renee Paquette interviews Adam Page, and he says he wants his focus to be on himself, and he's going to join the party and declare for the Owen Hart Cup and win the whole deal and become the AEW World Champion a second time. Then we get a highlight reel for we get a hype reel for Julia Hart versus Queen Amanada's match on Collision as commentary hypes up our upcoming match as we go to the break and stuff like that. And then all of that, then back from the commercial, Renee Paquette interviews Mercedes Moné. She accepts that Billy Starks picked up a fight and she got a lot of heart, but it makes more than heart to beat her. And whoever trained her knows nothing about pro wrestling. And if she has trained Billy, maybe she would have won. It's absolutely no, she couldn't have because she wouldn't have because there's no accepting the Monet train. Then Tony Storms makes her entrance to join commentary for our next match, and it was the main event, and it was good. The main event with Megan Bain versus Chris Statlander. They went back and forth, boom, 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 freaking duplexes, freaking drop kicks, missile drop kicks and stuff, freaking fallen Izanaris and stuff, and all that kind of stuff. And then the referees saw that Pennsylvania Forward was trying to get in, and she injected her, and so on and so forth. And then then a scoop and a slam, and nope, and then Chris with a German suplex, and then Megan Bain right on her with a German of her own and stuff, and like that and stuff. And then Megan Bain won with the fade descent. And then the post match, Storms gets up on the desk and types her right fist before storming into the ring and trading punches with Wild Abaddon, and security and referees storm the ring and pull them apart, and Tony breaks free and sends Megan Bain to the floor with a lariat, and Storms gets on the mic and calls her a big bitch and says the bigger they are, the harder they come, so it's time they got canceling. And she keeps looking at the title, but she doesn't have much to say, so Tony offers her a date on Destiny, which we talked about all of that, and she said she'll rip her tits off and all that good stuff and all that. That's what happened with that. So, which I thought was good Dynamite, even though that spot with the spike stuff, and I know a lot of people are going to say all of that. So, now we're going to talk about NXT again. Sorry, guys. Damn. I'm going to take a little breather. I'm going to probably go back in the house. Freaking hot out here and stuff. So. Hi everyone, so let's talk about NXT right now. The show opens with a recap of last week's show, and there's since mentions of talent arriving at the arena followed, Chelsea Green faced Soruka for the WWE United States Championship, which was good on NXT, guys. This was on NXT for the United States Championship. Chelsea Green faces Soruka, and collar and elbow Green with a twist lock, and Ruka cartwheel escaped and water will drop and kneeling arm bar, and Chelsea counters with a hand scissors and reaches it in and counters into an arm bar, fights out off the ropes, and Soruka with an X Factor for two, and Soruka with a spinning gut wrench and facebuster, stepping on Chelsea's back and kicks Spencer into the corner. Then back body drops to the apron, and Soruka dri- drips Chelsea Green up, but Piper Nevlin runs interference and springboard splash de- delays and comes up empty, and Chelsea with a chomp block, and we go to the break, and then back from the break, Green passes her into the corner and shoulder knee breaker by Soruka and kicks her away after a missile drop kick follows back and forth, and Soruka with a flying shoulder block, but Chelsea Green counters and covers for two, and then another shoulder block at her leg and gives out, and Green hits a rug rider for two, and Soruka with a snap bear of also again snap bar out of the corner and perching up the top, and cartwheel DDT, and Everfire puts Chelsea Green's foot on the rope, and Saria spears her for her trouble, and Piper equalize and clobbers Saria, and Soruka with a moonsault to the floor to take Piper Nevin out and back inside. Chelsea hits a cold breaker and an underhook connect sunset flip for two, and then chomp back counter and snatcher, and then Chelsea Green wins by pinfall with her kill switch and retains the WWE Women's United States title. Then Devon Evans chats with Trick Williams backstage and says he understands what Trick means now. And Williams is conceptual, he's conceptual and says there's no we or are, or there's no we or your there's no we or your, and you're just trying to get his NXT championship back, and he tells Devon he's never going to be champion and storms off storms off. And Lexus King arrives and tells Devon Evans and Trick Williams he's right, and he's probably never going to win the Heritage Cup, and either he should just be glad he's not drinking through a straw, and Devon decks him. And Stephanie Falcare is shown walking backstage to send us to the break. Then back from the break, the D'Angelo family talks strategy, strategy, and and Lorenzo Stacks wants Tony D'Angelo to stand in the back for a diversity of reasons. In the dawn arise of his plan, and Stephanie Falcure makes her entrance and gets on the mic, and she says this is the officially because English isn't her first language, but wrestling is, and she says she could have gone either way, but she comes to NXT because she wanted to make history in the best women's division on the planet. Last week against one of the best, she proved why she is La Primia, and she invites her next opponent to step into the ring and look her in the eyes. And then here comes Jordan Grace, and Jordan Grace in eyes sharing Miss Trump, Tank, and Lemon Yellow mean skirt, but she makes it work somehow. And she tells us again, she talks for a beat before us again. She talks for a beat, but before she can say much of sentence, Jada Parker blindsides her in a U.S. woodland woodland com, com, camouflage. U.S. woodland camouflage shirts, jacket, and bodysuit, and less appealing, and tells Grace it doesn't work like that, and she's taking her own shot, and she's celebrating Stephanie and told her that backs in all her glory, and she enjoys her pictures and personally appears and be a double champ because it isn't going to last too much longer. And then she says Stephanie Fleischer says her next opponent would stare her in the eye. Well, here she is, and then Honk and Tonk are backstage fired up and said they hit first and they hit hard, and the shout the stream as we go to the break, and then Honk and Tonk once again honk honk and tank honk Walker and Tonk Lexer fences Josh Butch and Amora, and Amora and since Lexer fall to the floor following Josh Brooks and Walker legal in the ring, and Hammerling punches off the rope and Honk ducks under, but Josh drops him with a leaping lariat and calling for the juicy choke slam and connects cover for two and tags to Amora and double sweeps Walker fight out with a boot and tags to driving shoulder block cover for two, and Amora floats over a slam. He and Brooks both pass to the floor, and short order Honk and Tonk are since plunge up, but nobody's home back inside, and Amora with a revolution power slam and fires back and forth, and Honk and Tonk take control, and Walker puts Amora into the barricade before catching Josh with a boss man slam and tags to Tonk and crashing him a since back suplex, dives and Amora and covers Josh Brooks and kicks out, and nobody's home on a suicide since, and Amora blind tags and Bruce heads on steam and running lariat, and Amora drives, and Josh Brooks and Amora win with a splashing splash from Amora on Tonk Luncher. I know this looks weird, guys, but I'm doing it this way right now because I need to charge my phone. But anyways, guys, really good stuff. Like I always tell you guys, really good stuff, man. And And then the D'Angelo family and their sons are shown walking backstage to separate to send us to the break. Then from commercial, Eddie Corpse, which another guy that's gone now, walks through the locker room and gets upset that everyone is leaving. And he chats with Rich Holland and about how no matter why or no matter what they do, they aren't accepted. And Holland says he's right and complains about shining new toys. And Ricky Saints shines makes the shine. And Eddie says Ricky is a sports entertainer, just like Trick Williams. And Rich says he's going to steal his, and he hopes Corpse deals with his as well. Then we had the D'Angelo family, Ariana Risso and Lorenzo Stacks and Luca Chris uh, I mean to say Luca Cruz Finto Cruz Finto fences the crawling uh, crawling crawling Brooks, Jensen, and Easy Dame, and Nico Fence in a mixed tag team match here, guys. And Rachel and Dame to start, and Ariana with a big drop kick and stringer splash, and Mountain punches in the corner and ducks a lariat, and Rachel, second Rich Ariana, I'll just say Ariana. Ariana diving elbow tags into Brooks, and Lorenzo comes back from the babyface, and Lariats takes Brooks down, but he gets stacked in the corner and tags Vince in. While Vince Joseph talks to Booker T and G. Ibro in the Miss Vince in action, the Miss Fitz in action, and Nico runs interference and tags into Easy, working Ariana over, but she's cornered to a face break face breaker and tags Lorenzo back in, and Vincent backs elbows ducks a lariat and a springboard owl and fountains of dives, and Ariana gets her boys back to their feet, and we go to the break. Then back from the break, Vincent puts Stacks up in a glory special as Brooks lands chomps in, and Brooks tags in and diving ace crusher and a scissors kick, and Cruz, I'll say it again, Luca Cruzfu, I'll say it again, Luca Cruz, Cruz Fintu breaks it up, and Nico essentially a sleeper hold, and Lorenzo fighting it. And since officially he gets a hot tag to Luca in with a Fury Lariat for everybody, in a sense with a double lariat, then I'll say it again, a double lariat that takes both Brooke Jensen and Vince out, and sick kicks drop Brooks to the floor, and flared flip and springboard shoulders and blocks Dame and breaks it up, and Ariana takes her out, and then the mass skull man appear on the Chitron and beating Tony Angelo up, and the family distracts, and Nico takes advantage, and the Colleen wins by pinfall with the Argent DDT from Nico Fence on Luca Cruz Pinto. And then Everrain confronts Stephanie Falcure's title match with her backstage when Fallen Haley rolls up to demand her rematch, and Stephanie Falcure says to give it to her, and Fallen demands it for next week, and Everrain says that doesn't work because she's got Jada Parker for the big belt next week, but Haley insists, and Stephanie goes with it, so she'll be defending both of her titles next week, and all that would happen right there. And then Carmen makes her entrance since by Shantae Adonis the whole time when she was still with Shantae Adonis and stuff during this time still and stuff. And then back from the commercial, we get a recap of the Skull Man, or since powerbombing Tony D'Angelo, Then we had Jane fences Carmen Pazakovic and stuff. Let's talk about it, guys. So, circling collar and elbow, struggling into the ropes and out of them. Jessie Jane shoves her into the corner and breaks Dirty with a split and a kick, choking her in the corner. But Carmen Pazakovic rolls under and rolls through, falling lariats and twist lock back elbow and gets Jane some breathing room and whips to the corner and heel kicks and leg sweep and drop kicks and cover for two. And then Carmen clobbers her with a northern lariat and a since an armbar, breaking the hold and kicks to the midsection and blocks a kick out of the corner and alarm clock connects and front kicks and suicide connects and cannonball in the corner and Jane locks it down with a kneeling near chin lock and side kicks and whips across Carmen's ducks under and both women go for a lariat and both women go down and uh, Shantae Adonis gets a chair out of the ring for some damn fool reason and gets it to Carmen and tells her to hit Jessie Jane and she throws the chair back out and right hands for Jason Jane and whips reverse up and over and Jessie Jane with a huge rolling elbow and Jessie Jane wins with a rolling elbow. Then we had Honk and Tonk are backstage trying to figure out their next step and Honk Walker pitches talking to other teams on the level they want to be on to get more advice. More advice. And Wesley and Tariq, Kiwi, and Titus T1 are all rolled up to make saves of them for trying and tells them to stick with what they're good at, which is clearing eating contest. And then, excuse me again, I've been burping a lot. Ricky Saints makes his entrance to send us to the break. Then back from the commercial, Jana Parker cuts a promo about how she's going to win the NXT Championship next week, and we go into Stand and Deliver as champion. Then Ricky Saints fences Rich Holland and Saints with right hands and ducks a lariat and drop kicks connects, and he poses, and Holland lunches his mouth, and he asks the ref to check and cheap shots Ricky and beating him down in the corner and big slams cover for one and off the ropes and Saints rolls through and sunset flip for a near fall and Rich chomps him down and follows it up with a crossface strike and Rich Hollins with a wacky shoulder to shoulder breaker throwing Saints into the ring and stacking after him and short arm lariats connect and Rich knocks him into the floor as we go to the break. And then back from the break, Saints with a back elbow, but Rich Hollins puts him in a fall Nelson, and Ricky reverses and sun flips cover for two, and the Canadian backbreaker Fritz since shaking it in, and Saints slips out and takes him off of his knees and whips reverse snap swinging neck breaker, and Rich takes a breather onto the floor, and Ricky falls after him and big shots back and forth, and Saints gets him, and Ricky Saints wins with his finisher. Then back from the break, we get a hype roll for the roast of WrestleMania, hosted by the comedian Tony, the guy Tony, and then our four Skull Men are interviewed backstage, and they complain about being set to wait their turn, and they say they're reshaping NXT how they like, and they feel like they haven't made enough of a statement yet, and they run back inside to do some chaos. Well, Booker T talks about putting them down like dogs, and then Ricky Saints is interviewed backstage, and he says this is Stand and Deliver's reason, and he's going to deliver on all of his promises, and the Crowling rolls up, and they try to tell him that the revolution is talking about is here, and he doesn't measure up, and he says he's always measured up in the right place, and Sean Spears cuffs in his face as he walks away. Then Eddie Carps makes his entrance to send us to the break, and then we had the NXT Underground match with Eddie Carps and facing Trick Williams. Trick Williams fences Eddie Carps, Eddie Carps, Let's talk about it, guys. This was the main event. Let's talk about it. So Matt grappling to start, and Williams in geared, and Corpse lands an elbow, but Trick rolls him out to the floor, and Eddie chases him around ringside, and directing traffic, and Williams throws him into the steel steps and slams on the floor inside, and triangle slam since and Trick deadlifts powerbombs him from the ring to the floor into a pile of bodies, then back and ducks a kick, but Trick's shot connects and Mount punches hammering away, and the ref calls it, and Trick Williams wins by stoppage with mountain punches. And then post-match Trick calls Obafemi punk ass out and asks him to bring his title, and Obafemi came out and he squared up with Trick, but the lights go down and the mystery skull man appear, and Devon Evans slides into the ring and Trick shoves him down, and Williams and Femi start brawling, and Evans gets back to his feet and joins the Fane, and everyone at ringside start pulling them apart, and Book starts quoting drowning pool. So again, drowning pool, and the pull apart falls, and Devon pops up with a ace crusher on Oba, and before starting Trick down, and then the Skull Man of Sicily calls Dark Side, and then thinks and all of that stuff, which the lady said she didn't like it, which I liked it. I'll say it, repeat it again. The Skull Man of Sicily calls Dark Side, which I love, and stands and watches in the crowd, and the commentator hypes up next week in the following shows and stuff, and then Trick and Devon continue staring each other down, and the show went off, and that's what happened, which was a good NXT. I'm telling you guys, NXT is really good. I'm really sad that some of them went, you know, and I think they're gonna be doing good in other companies, man. Like I said in the beginning of my video. Okay, Musa Slamovich kick. Oh, so again, Musa Slamovich kicks off the show following her successful Knockouts World Title defense over NXT Cora J at Sacrifice, and Musa Slamovich says that she's out to prove she's the best champion in all of wrestling when she was interrupted by Tessa Blanchard. Blanchard strikes her claim to the Knockouts World Title when out of nowhere Musa was blindsided by NXT Jen and Jane, and then Santino Marella announces that the next following week, Musa Slamovich and Jen and Jane will face one-on-one with Tessa Blanchard, banned from ringside, which that happened, a while ago. Then, 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 then the partnership with TNA and NXT with Ariana Grace tells Santino Marella that she has no idea Jenny Jane was going to be here tonight, but there is a plan as surprise for later. And then Eric Young joins Tom and Matthew on commentary as the Northern Army battled the Rascals in a tag team match, and Judas Icarius and Travis Williams bet the rules in the early going to gain control and turn around is far however, as the Rascals return the favor, and later on, Zachary Wentz and Trey Manuel scored the victory following feed them to the Lions on Williams. And that's how the Rascals defeated the Northern Army right there. Then after the match, the Northern Army looked to deliver a 3-on-2 assault to the Rascals to Ace Austin made the save with a steel chair, which was really good stuff, guys. And then Just Miller interviewed Saya Brookside after she was blindsided by Rosemary and Green Mist last week. Brookside reveals that there is no permit damage to her eye before admitting that she is confronted about whether or not to continue fighting far, and Rosemary made her sense felt as she challenged Brookside, the Phil, City again, guys. Rosemary makes her presence filled as she challenged Brookside to find a partner for a tag team match tonight. Following that show, then we had Chavo Carrero. Yes, Chavo Carrero, guys, was in TNA a couple weeks ago or so, like 3 weeks ago or so, whatever. And Chavo Carrero makes his highly since return as a guest on the First Class Penthouse, and AJ Francis and Casey kick things off by insulting the fans in El Paso, Texas before Chavo came to their aid, and Frankie Kazarian was out next as he reminds Chavo that they have unfinished business from many years ago, and Chavo brought back up in form of the Extra Warriors and announced a six-man tag team match versus Frankie Kazarian in the First Class the next following week on that. And then we had Mustafa Ali fences Mike Santana, and it ended in a no count. It was a count out. We'll talk about it right now. It was a count out. Mustafa Ali and Mike Santana met in a rematch from Sacrifice after falling from Tussa Steels, and the Great Hands give Mustafa Ali the victory that night, and everyone was banned from ringside as Santana jump-started the match with a dive to the outside, and they brawled around the ring area before finding their way to the ring, and Santana was nearly victory when Ali rolled back to the outside, and Ali would retreat through the crowd and getting himself essentially counted out. And that's what happened right there. Then Jiz Miller caught up with Mustafa Ali, who claimed that he will be the one additioning that Mike Santana does not beat. And then Nick and Ryan Nemeth were in the ring to address their betrayal of Matt Hardy at Sacrifice, and Nick Nemeth claims that he was the reason for the success of TNA over the last year, and blames the Hardys for sliding in and taking all the credit. And Nick Nemeth says that Matt Hardy tried to dive a switch between him and his brother, but he and Ryan are the greatest brothers tag team in the history of pro wrestling. But then they were confronted by a fired up Leon Slater, who told Nick that he couldn't sell the show anymore because he's already been sold, and Ryan challenged Slater to a face Nick in the match next week, and Slater hit in the ring but was caught with a super kick from Nick, which was good. And then we had Rosemary and Savannah Evans, Princess Saya Brookside, and Saya Lee. She was going by Saya Lee in WWE, but Lee Lang Lee. So Saya Brookside and recruits Lee Lang Lee to team up against Rosemary and a partner of her choosing. And Savannah Evans, and the action was fast and furious as these four knockouts were wrench Ward in the impact zone, and Brookside offense against rolling offense. The green missed this time, which caused Rosemary to blind her own partner, and Lee capitalized with the thunder stick to score the pinfall on Evans. And that's what happened right there. And then we had the Ass by Ellicott's celebration. Good stuff. Good stuff with Ash Ellicott and Heather. Good stuff. Good stuff. And then the George Iceman hosts a championship celebration by Ellicott for the new Knockouts World Champ, the new Knockouts World Tag Team champs, and Ash and Heather following their victory over Spitfire in a 3-on-2 match at Sacrifice, and it didn't take long before they were once again confronted by the NXT Last Legend and Jakara Jackson, and who reveals that they crossed the line in pursuit of the Knockouts World Tag Team titles in the former champs were out next, and who reminds Ash and Heather of their contractually since rematch. And the surprise continues as NXT. Tatum Paisley and Gigi Dolan strike their claim to the gold. And then, okay, still there. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I was thinking about something else. Sorry about that. And then a huge brawl. I'll say again. Yeah. Then a huge brawl broke. I was again. A huge brawl broke out before Santino Marella made a big announcement backing up Ariana Grace next week. It will be Ash and Heather by Elegance Fences, Tatum Paisley and Gigi Dolan Fences, Last Legend and Jakara Jackson band from ringside and stuff. And then we had Mance Warner facing Magno, which was just quick match. Let's talk about it. Mance Warner, since by his girlfriend Steph Del Lanter, takes to the ring for action against Lel Paso's own Magno, and Mance Warner makes quick work of his opponent and scores the domination victory with a knee strike. Sorry about that, guys. Taking a breather. Stephanie. Oh, I'm gonna say Steve Macklin, I'll repeat it again. Steve Macklin sends a clear message to Eric Young. He's not joining the Northern Army. And then, then they were building up to the next matches for the following week and stuff and all of that. And then we had the main event. Then we had the main event, Joe Hendry and Elijah, known as Elias, Walk with Elias. And the system, trust the system, and stuff. And let's talk about Joe Henry and Elijah defeated the system, Eddie Edwards and Brian Myers, but let's talk about little details. There was more fallout from the steel cage match at Sacrifice. TNA World Champion Joe Henry and Elijah battled the system, Eddie Edwards and Brian Myers in the main event, and Alicia would make her presence felt at ringside as she attacked Elijah while the ref's back was turned, and Elijah would create separation with a spinning neck breaker to Eddie, which allowed him to tag in Joe Hendry, and they pace quickly as Joe Henry went on the attack, and the system played the numbers game to their advantage while Elijah was laid out on the floor, and Elijah neutralized Eddie with a running knee before Joe Henry puts Brian Myers away with a standing ovation. And that's what happened right there, guys. And then Joe Henry and Elijah celebrate their victory, and that's what happened, and that's it. What happened, and that's what ended the show, which was a good show as well. Okay. Sorry, guys. The show opens with a bunch of, people shouting loud because they were in the other country and stuff. And then into the National Mix of Talent arena, Randy Orton makes his entrance to make on the mic before Randy can say a word. Enters Kevin Owens, and he starts off with an apology saying he was wrong for attacking Randy Orton and laying him out with a pile driver because he doesn't deserve any of that, and Cody Rhodes deserves what he did, and Sami Zayn deserves what he did to him, but he got angry with Randy and did something that he regrets, and if anyone can regret to that, it should be Orton. And he says he can forgive Randy for taking Cody's side if he can forgive him for attacking him. And speaking of leaving things in the past, he pulled Carmelo Hayes out of the ring last week to save Orton from himself because he knew he wouldn't want to go back to the Randy Orton that he used to kick people in the head, and that's not who he is anymore. And he changed and grew for the better, and that he should stay in the past and they should look to the future now. And what's in the future now is WrestleMania, and he thinks they should become tag team champions at WrestleMania. They were this close a few years ago, but they let stuff get between them. And so he wanted to try again, and the crowd is not happy about this, and he tells them off. And he says Orton for his answer, and Orton says he should roll out the ring and run down there and beat his ass over all over the damn arena. But he says he was entertaining, and he's never heard Kevin Owens admit he's wrong, but he can take that half-hearted apology and shove it directly up his ass, and tell everyone he can tell himself whatever it takes to get to sleep at night, but the only thing he deserves is for Randy to kick him in the head real hard, because he's gone from fight Owens fight to bitch Owens bitch. And he says he shouldn't drop him on his head, and he's trying to save him from himself and dropping him on his head. And it was great because it brought the voice back, and they cancel, canceled, canceled, counseled him, and they understand. And at WrestleMania, he's going to kick Owens' head clean off his shoulders, which Orton would hurt, and that's what was the real plan, was going to be freaking Randy Orton and Kevin Owens, which it didn't happen, and Joe Hendry took the place of that. So and then Damian Priest makes his entrance, and as we go to the break, and Damian Priest and Jimmy Uso, I'll say Jimmy Uso, Damian Priest and Jimmy Uso versus Drew McIntyre and Nakamura face each other and stuff, which was a tag team match. Let's talk about it. Priest attacked McIntyre during his entrance, and they brawled on the ramp, and Nakamura gets involved. Uso off the ropes and suicide dive whips the hills out, and he fires up Drew and Jimmy in the ring, and he gets a bell, and Drew McIntyre sinks with Damian, and Uso lights him up with right hands and whips out of the corner, and Stringer Splash caught, and Drew throws him with a huge belly-to-belly suplex, and Drew McIntyre pushes his attack and working Jimmy Uso over out to the floor, and Nakamura puts him onto the announce desk with a super kick, and Nakamura choked him as we go to the break. And then back from the break, Jimmy Uso still getting worked over, and he lands Nakamura out and tags Priest in off the ropes, and big elbow old school crushing the attack, and Damian Priest and Jimmy Uso won by the South of Heavens from Damian Priest onto Nakamura. Then the post-match, Drew McIntyre attacks Damian Priest and Post-match, Drew McIntyre attacks Damian Priest and lays him out Claymore. And then backstage, LA Knight and Braun Strowman, which another guy that left too, and Chad, which he's already been released a couple times or whatever, but Braun Strowman tells him in that his match tonight is a number one contender for LA Knight's United States Championship, and winning would punch his ticket to WrestleMania. As we go to break. And back from the commercial, Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton are interviewed by satellite, and Tiffany starts answering, but Charlotte speaks over her and takes credit for bringing out the best in her and calls her a pick-me, and she says she's a challenge. I'll say it again, guys. She says she's a pick-me, and says she's challenging her because she feels sorry for her and she's not that special. Tiffany says she feels pretty special with the title on her shoulder, but Charlotte reminds her she did, then cashed in and did a for you WrestleMania will be the highlight of your career for your career, but for me it'll just be another Tuesday bit. And then Tiffany Stratton talks about how she used to look up to Charlotte, but she saw the look in her face and she knows that she's the one who's going to take over her spot. And Charlotte says she's the only woman in the locker room who will tell her the truth, and she's only here for competition. And Tiffany excuses her of finding the hottest thing around and throwing water at her over and over. And then Charlotte says she's never been crossed for her and just underneath her. And Tiffany Stratton says the only catching up she's doing is with the fans, is do not want her back, and Tiffany says the WWE Universe do not bow to her anymore, and they run on Tiffany's time, and she'll see her at WrestleMania and all that. And then Jacob Fatu makes his entrance, and we go to the break. And then we have Jacob Fatu fences Braun Strowman and stuff with that, guys. I'm going to take another little breather. Sorry about that. Braun Strowman facing Jacob Fatu for the WWE United States Championship number one contender match, and circling Strowman charged into the corner and body blows a big headbutt exploding out of the corner, but Jacob Fatu sideslept and worked him over with shoulder blocks and kicks and a headbutt in the corner and a big back body drop from Braun, and a clothesline sends Jacob to the floor out after throwing the Samoan werewolf back inside as a sing-along chant that sounds like it's almost Italy language stuff in Italian breaks out, and Stringer Splash connects and Fatu falls to the floor, and Braun goes out after, but Jacob passes him over the announce desk as we go to the break. Then back from the break, Jacob Fatu with a super kick and a Samoan drop cover for two, and a since Rikishi connect fire up, but Strowman swings him with a since train charge, and both men end up down and out, and right hands from the monster and taking Jacob Fatu off his feet, and big clubber blow puts him on the mat, and he rolls to the floor, and Braun Strowman throws him over the announce desk and gasping for air and throwing the werewolf back inside and ducks a lariat, big spinning I'll say it again, big spinning spine buster, and Braun is in it, and Tainalaga gets on the apron, and Braun Strowman propels him into the ring, and Solo Sikoa arrives and cuts him off, and Braun Strowman wins by disqualification and becomes the number one contender for the WWE United States Championship. Sorry, guys. The WWE United States Championship. In the post-match, Jacob Fatu is upset for a minute, but soon enough joins the beatdown, and Braun recovers, and Jacob Fatu lays him out, and LA Knight is here for the save, and LA Knight and Braun Strowman beat the odds and sent the heels packaging, and Braun remembers that he's number one contender now, and they have a quick stare down, and Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez are interviewed backstage, and Liv Morgan says she has a problem with Jay Cargill for letting them take the heat for attacking her the entire time she was out, and she crowns about being the greatest tag team of all time, and she says tonight she's going to finish the job, and Piper Niven makes her entrance and plugged by Fire and Chelsea Green, and we go to the break. And then back from commercial, Jacob Fatu is furious and kicking things and throwing things backstage, and Solo tells him to calm down, but he doesn't listen, and Solo says they were just trying to help, and Jacob asks who he was trying to help, and I'll say it again. Solo says they were just trying to help, and Jacob asks who he was trying to help, and when he's taking care of his business, he's better than just watch time. And then Piper Niven, I'll say it again, Piper Niven, I'll say it again, Piper Niven fences Selena Vega and stuff. Let's talk about it. Vega ducking and dodging and rolling away from a suicide and landing kicks, and a satellite arrow puts Piper Niven into the corner and front kicks, and all kinds of stuff and all that stuff, guys. I'm just going to start doing fast pace. Sorry, I'm just going to start doing fast pace. So, so it was going boom, 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 going back real fast, fast pace, going back and forth and stuff. And then Hyper Neverland won with the um, French train crossbody block. And then back from the commercial break, we get a recap of John Cena's promo from Monday, and Cody Rhodes responds. Then Jade Cargill's interviewed backstage, and then she says since Liv wants to try it, she's going to show her, and when she's done with her, all eyes will be on Naomi, and tonight is just a little preview of what she's going to do to her. And so we go to the break, and then back from the commercial, we get a mystery vignette featuring the number 4. Then we had Jade Cargill offensive Liv Morgan going back and forth, boom, 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 Jade Cargill doing her moves and back and forth and all that, and stuff. And then Naomi appeared on the age, Naomi appeared on the apron and stuff like that. She appeared on the apron, and Naomi clocked her with one of the tag team titles and stuff. And that's how Liv Morgan took the advantage of the win, and she won with the, Olivian. So then the post-match, Naomi attacks Jade Cargill and lands her out with a since screwboard stomp, and Heat Stinker followed up, and she blasts Jade off the apron into the announce desk, and Drew McIntyre runs into an interview on his way out of the building, and he says he doesn't start this, but he'll sure as hell end it, and he explains all of his problems with Damian Priest, and since he says he loves for anybody since Priest to since land him, and how he's strong, and to poke eyes in his like Luxy lick in his um Luxy or whatever, you know what I'm trying to say, guys. Um Pokes eyes into his looking. But nobody does because you can't, and he tells Damian Priest he'll see him in London and walks off and running into Seth Rollins on his way to his car, and Rollins just stucks at him and keeps moving, and we go to the break. And then we have this whole thing with tag team division, with the Street Profits and the Lentil Del Tasman, the Private Party, and all of that stuff, which was great and stuff, building up to all that, them talking crap and stuff, and saying who's the number one contender for the WWE Tag Team Championships and stuff like that, and fighting each other and all that kind of good stuff. And then we had Leo Garza, Angelo Garza, and Alberto Carrillo versus the Street Profits. A really good match, going back and forth, really hard hitting, back and forth, really good. And then the Street Profits won by pinfall with a frog splash from Manson Ford on Angel Garza, and that's what happened right there. And then a loading dock, we see Paul Heyman gets off of a SUV, and we go to the break. And then back from the commercial, we get a recap of the documentary of Triple H recovering after tearing his quad, and then all of that. And then we had the Pretty Deadly into DIY's backstage, all of that stuff with backstage stuff and all good stuff about that, and all that, and making sure that Pretty Deadly wins the tag team titles and all of that, and they get the first in the line for the rematch and so on and so forth, which was really good. And then then we had the Roman Reigns and the Seth Rollins and CM Punk thing, talking about each other and back and forth, talking about war games, talking about war games, what happened at war games, and all that stuff, what happened back in November, and so on and so forth, and all that, and who's going to be the top one to win at WrestleMania, which we already knew Seth Rollins won and all that. So, which that was a good SmackDown though. Okay, guys, let's talk about AEW Collision again. So this was a slam dunk Saturday and a slam dunk Sunday, which was good back in March. Let's talk about it. So the NBA still game in progress, and Collision starts after that, and the buzzer beater finish. You remember with the Nuggets and stuff, and then Swerve Strickland opens the show before he can speak, and the Young Bucks interrupt, and Swerve was supposed to wrestle later in the show, but the Bucks force in the match to start first, and Swerve is since in street clothes, and Swerve Strickland defeats Blake Christian back and forth, which was really good stuff, guys. And then, Swerve Strickland won with the JML driver. Then afterwards, Swerve was eyeing the Bucks, and Johnson attacked from behind, and Swerve came back for a rolling maneuver to stand tall. And then the Young Bucks attack Swerve, and also again, Nick Jackson attacks Swerve, and the Young Bucks join in, and they F the EVP trigger, and then going for you know, the um the Mouncer driver, and then Prince Nana grabs Nick's foot, and then Kenny Omega runs in for the save, and some snap Dragon's suplex, and Omega and Swerve share a fist pound and stuff like that. Then Samoa Joe wouldn't be fooled by Jon Moxley's chaos, and since that Joe is coming for the AEW World Title, which we already talked about that, guys. Then we had Tony Storm defeating Queen Amanada, and she won with the Storm Zero, which was a good match. A little offense from Queen Amanada as well and stuff. And then Jeff Jarrett and Jay Legal and Sanam Singh were tired of listening to Sanjay Dunn, which he has done them no got them nowhere. And Jay Legal takes charge to lead the team, which ideas. And then we had Hologram defeating Matt Caster with a spinning pearl bomb. And then we had a tornado tag team match with Crew Prince Top Fight. Crew Prince Top Fight. Good stuff, man. That tornado tag team match was good. Back and forth, back and pace, and all of the good stuff. Really good stuff with candlesticks and trash can and chairs and monograph beads and stuff and so on and so forth, which was good. And in how the Crew won was Leo Rush did a springboard 450 splash from on Action Andretti, and then a double pull on Darius for the pin. And then we had Energy defeating Tyler. Taylor, I'll say it again. Energy defeated Taylor Grain Tea, which is another independent wrestler and stuff, guys. And Energy won the match and stuff in a quick match, and it was Gora Bomb. And then after the match, Anthony Ford enters the ring and faces off Megan Bay, and the music hits. And then Anthony Ford attacks Jade on a cheap shot, and Anthony Ford chokes Energy, and then Megan Bay takes her time coming for to hit the F5, and that's what happened right there. And then we had Bandito Princess Dragon Listo for the Ring of Honor World title. Another banger. Bandito and Dragon Listo, good stuff. Sorry. And then Bandito won with the 21 picks, and that's how he won the match and retained the Ring of Honor World title. Then Big Bill and Brian Keith need to crack skulls and skins wins, but those skulls, the learning tree needs a challenge, and Bill challenged out the Gates of Agony. Then Rouge defeated AR Fox, and it was a quick match and stuff, and then, little match, and then, the bullhorn drop kick, and he won by that and stuff. And then we had Trent Beretta and Rocky Romero have been called underrated in their entire career at 20 years in, and it's an insult. And Rocky Romero and Trent Beretta are tired of the disrespect. And Romero yells at the Outrunners for making noise in the background, and Trent attacks. And then we had FTR defeating, Kyle O'Reilly and Roderick Strong and stuff. And, the Paragon again as well and stuff. And then Stokely Hathaway and all of that good stuff. And then, FTR won with the Spike Pile Driver. They won with a Spike Pile Driver, and that's what happened right there on that Saturday Slam Dunk. Now we're going to talk about the Sunday Slam Dunk as well, guys. So back in March. What's up, John? Thanks for coming in, John. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thanks for just saying hello. I appreciate it. That's good, man. That's really good. That I approve all the WWE releases. Good. Good, man. Good. So let's talk about Slam Dunk Sunday. Slam Dunk Sunday, man. Okay, so we had the AW World Trio Championship, the Death Riders, Claudio Castagnoli and Pac and Wheeler Yuta defeating the Top Flight and AR Fox to retain the titles, which was a good match and stuff. And then they won with a Tombstone Power Driver from Pac and followed by the rocket launcher splash from Claudio and Wheeler Yuta to win, and then that's how they won. And then Lear Rush and Action and Ready, the crew attacked Top Flight, Darius Martin and Dante Martin after the match and choked them with necklace chains. Then Adam Cole felt sick to his stomach about the draw against Daniel Garcia for the TNT Championship, and he had Garcia beat, but the time limit saved him next week, and Cole would be the next champ, and Kyle O'Reilly and Roderick Strong once around 3 with FTR. Then Okada puts Buddy Matthews and Brody King down, and he puts those bitches down. And then we had Bendino defeating Johnny TV, and then he won with the 21 packs as well. And then Megan Bain hype package AEW in her Kingdom Now, and then Tony Storms rattles off and since the insult Megan Bain, AEW announced that Megan Bain will challenge remember for Dynasty, which we talked about Dynasty already about all of that stuff. And then Harley Cameron defeated a Menia Belton. I think that's another independent wrestler as well. And Harley Cameron won with her finisher move, which was a quick match. And then this Despise losing that steel cage at Revolution with Kyle Fletcher and stuff and all that good stuff. Then Harley Cameron sticked around from commentary for the main event with Commander and Hologram defeating Dragon Listo and the Beast Mortals, and how Hologram and Commander won was with the Shooting Star Press, and that's how they won. And that's what happened with that Sunday Slam. Sorry, a lot of things off my head right now. Again, like I said again, that was on the Slam Dunk from Sunday that week. Now now we're going to now we're going to there's a lot of I'm telling you guys I might just end it here, guys, because I've been talking for a long time. But there's a lot of good stories in WWE and AEW and TNA right now in every promotion. And for everybody that got released, I can't wait to see where they land. And I love them and I respect them and I'm going to be rooting for them all the way and stuff. So that's what I got to say with that. I know this video has been almost going on for freaking 5 hours long. So that's why I'm just going to cut it quick. So yes, guys, they were building up for a clue that week. There was a lot of good other matches and stuff and so on. And then, the whole build up with the Heart Syndicate and MGF. And then, the Kenny Omega stuff with the International Championship. They're trying to do something with Okada and stuff with doing the fight, the two belts that I heard news about that as well, and so on and so forth. And then, John Moxley facing Samoa Joe. I think John Moxley is going to retain, but I want Samoa Joe to win. But we'll see what happens with that. Which I think Moxley's going to lose it to probably Ospreay or Darby or Hangman. We'll see. But I really hope it's freaking Darby, to be honest with you. Just have Darby win it. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see Darby come back by all in, but if not, he'd probably come back at Wrestle Dream because Wrestle Dream is in Washington, I believe, again this year. So all of that too. And then, then you got Backlash with, Pat McAfee and Gunther, and then you got And then you got Logan Paul fences Jey Uso for the World title. Then you got Orton fences Cena for the WWE Undisputed title. Then you got Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre, and Jacob Fatu, Drew McIntyre, LA Knight, and Damian Priest for the United States title. And then you got Becky Lynch versus Lyra Valkyria for the IC title and stuff. And there's going to probably be a couple more matches added. I don't know, but we'll see what happens at Backlash and stuff. And I'll talk about Backlash probably in a month or so. And then we got Double or Nothing matches. Jimmy Hayter versus Mercedes Moné for the finals for the Owen Hart tournament. And then we got Adam Page versus Will Ospreay for the man's Owen Hart thing. I think Adam Page should win the man's Owen Hart, to be honest with you. He can win that and go probably go on to face, who freaking John Moxley for the title. But I would really like to see Will Ospreay win the Owen Hart, but at the same time, you could probably do Hangman Adam Page as well, but really it should be Will Ospreay. To be honest with you, it should be Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay should win the man's Owen Hart, and Jimmy Hayter should win the women's Owen Hart. That's my words. You hear me, guys? I'll say it again. Jimmy Hayter should win the women's one, and freaking Will Ospreay should win the man's one. And then the releases from yesterday, I was so or from Friday night, I mean to say, I didn't even pay attention. That's why I watched freaking SmackDown like at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning the other day and stuff. But I was really disappointed that they let go of Cora Jade, that they let go of Dakota Kai, that they let go of freaking Jakar Jackson. They freaking released Eddie Corpse. They freaking released Denny Palmer, which they weren't even using her anyways and stuff. And then they released like probably like 15 people, 16 people. But yeah, they had a lot of talent that they freaking released. And then they released Oro Menta. They released him too, Oro Menta and stuff, which was good with the Menta 4 and stuff, and Jakara Jackson as well, and part of that whole group, which I was kind of pissed. But at the same time, it's understandable because, they did that celebration to, end things with Ned's door, and stuff. So yeah, guys, thoughts on that too. And then Toni Storms for the AEW Women's Championship. I don't know when she'll lose that title. I just hope it's Jimmy Hayter, not freaking Mercedes Moné. That's why I want Jimmy Hayter to win. Because it gets tiring to see Mercedes winning title after title after title after title after title after title. And then, you had the collision on that playoff one, which was great, that collision as well and stuff. You guys can keep up with me on Twitter too and stuff. I'll do that too. You guys can do that too. Keep me on eye on my on Twitter as well and stuff. So I've been posting my thoughts on there as well. So that's the other thing too. And they released Jever Bendel, something like that. Javier Bendel or something like that. They released him too. They released a lot of talent and stuff. So yeah. Oh, and then Gallus too. They released Gallus and Shayna Baszler too. Shayna Baszler, man, I think she's going to be good in the independent scene and stuff. And then Gigi Dolan, like I said again, got released too. And then Riley Osborne as well, and so on and so forth, and stuff, and all of that stuff as well. And then AEW let go of EJ Nuka, EJ Nuka. He's going somewhere else as well. I hope the best for everybody wherever they're going. EJ Nuka and all the other people that probably are going to let go in AEW too. They're probably going to let some other wrestlers let go as well and stuff and shine too. Because look at Ray Phoenix. Ray Phoenix is doing good in WWE somewhat. Ricky Saints is doing really freaking great work. He's a TNA freaking North American champion now. It was Sean Spears the last time I was on here with you guys. We were talking about Sean Spears, but he held it for about a week or two or so and stuff. So and all of that and stuff, man. And then you got Penta. Penta's doing some good work and stuff as well by himself on Raw. And all of those guys, you know. So that's all I gotta say, guys. I'm gonna be on here on the next time, probably in a month or two. Probably do some details, but not give it the whole detail because, like I said again, I was gonna tell you every show, but it'll probably take me 7 hours to be on here or 9 hours. But anyways, guys, that's all I have to say. This is Christopher Jackson Never. I'll say it again. This is Christopher Jackson Never. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit those notification bells as always, guys. I appreciate it. So appreciate it as well. And I appreciate John's comments and stuff. So appreciate him stopping by for a second and commenting. I really don't show the comments, which I should. And I'm going by Christopher Killer 303 now. For right now, I'm calling myself Christopher Killer 303. But I'll be right back to being Christopher Jackson Denver probably in a year or 6 months or 3 months or whatever. Or 2 months at the West. 2 months, probably go back to Christopher Jackson Denver or whatever. Or go back to Christopher 29 or whatever the case would be. But I'm still going to be called Christopher no matter what. Because I love my first name. So yes, guys, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit those notification bells as always, and peace out and take care, guys. Peace out and take care.